Hello. Hello. Hello, it is Monday. It is Monday. Porter Runner has been defeated. And I don't really have anything to stream. Or, that is, I don't have any, like, studio stuff to do. Or that I need to be doing, regardless of stream. Within studio, that is. Hello, Raiden. But I can view chat logs now? Interesting. Okay, it must only be the last 3 messages. I'm like, why do you only comment 3 times on my stream and then leave? No. Alright, anyway, what we're doing today is actually, let me grab this guy the link. Can I just shut up? Can I just is there like a share button on channels? Yeah. Copy channel ID? Okay, let me just do this. Another single layer map would be hype. Yeah. There is one. I have it. I might release it tomorrow, or probably. I asked the Discord to playtest, and that thing's dead as hell. So I ended up doing it a lot. I playtest while recording media. Where the fuck? Okay. What is the guy's name again? I do not have my own server, no. That should... Is that a link you can click? Please tell me. Oh my god. Well, I can't even click on it. Hello? Live chat. Okay, there we go. Pin message. I couldn't like click on my own chat messages for some reason. I had to refresh. Okay, well, anyway. July, he has, unlike me, actually recorded a thing about using Studio. Just let it load up. I have it in VLC. I mean, OBS through VLC. As a VLC source, it should come up. It loads.
Okay, this is a tutorial.
It's a video, a YouTube video. I'm gonna watch this. Provide some commentary. It's transformative, guys. I won't get sued. But, okay, can I... Windowed projector, why is it... Okay, I don't know why the windowed projector for OBS comes out in like 140p, but whatever. Do this. Skinny chat. Can I have play and pause? Let me hotkeys. VLC source. Play pause space. Okay.
at least what I know about
no, don't do that. Now, if I go to the... Why is there... Rio Futa? I don't know. This is the dude's desktop, okay? Just... He chose to record it, to capture it. That's... And it's up on YouTube. I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna watch what he goes through. If he doesn't know something, I can elaborate. Or I can just do that. The reason I want to do this... The reason I'm even doing this is, like, this is a shitty... like, way to teach people. But I want this video to get traction. So I'll try to give it some by linking to it and saying it. And everything. That. But also... I want to... What is it called? The Dark Rain 2... if I open this... Let's see. Is it somewhere on here? Probably have it under tutorials. Under further reading. No? No, go back. Okay, never mind. But the Dark Rain 2, like construction kit. This thing, which is this thing. Oh, OBS is in the way. This, which is... It's shitty online, you just use the local version. But I want to go through this and get it, like, rebirth it or whatever, where it's relevant for Armament RTS instead, which July is also doing, but I could probably do it better if I just get to it. I don't know why I can't do it, but I don't know. But yeah.
So we're gonna launch the editor, find Waldo, and
No,
here we
don't,
are.
Don't play. Okay, anyway. Anyway. Is it going? This is also only like an hour long, so I might not hit 2 hours.
Okay, this is a tutorial for at least what I know about the... Didn't ask you what I know about the Armament RTS Studio Editor, because there's not a lot of resources on it at the moment, like on how to use it. So I'm going to document what I do know. Hopefully this will be helpful to you in some way. This is just going to be a mostly one-take tutorial. Don't expect anything too flashy.
I probably couldn't make anything much better, to
If I
be
had the time
honest.
to edit this, I would. Properly anyways. So we're just going to launch the editor, find Waldo, and here we are at the... Be quiet, please.
Yeah, this is was the
here we are at a blank, empty map. Appears to be the bedroom. Yeah.
This is before I finished my studio interface thing, so he's using the old studio, the old, like, base studio without anything on it, but it should also work.
Bedroom. Also got a bathroom tile if you want it. Let's start with the tools.
Okay, bro has the music going.
I don't already have it up. Press the 1 key. Here you can paint.
Yeah. Nice.
The ground
Come on.
using the left mouse button. If you leave it at D,
dude. I'd really prefer not to just capture a YouTube
Don't
video
start
directly,
raising it
but
up.
I might have to.
This is carpet. We don't want to raise it. So
Okay. 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 Just do it this way. Where is the interact? Okay, stop. Stop, please. Oh, look, there I am. Stop, please. What is this resolution? Hello? I asked him if I could watch it. Dude. Oh my god. Can I refresh the page? What if I watched your stream? What would happen? I don't know. Stop. Full screen. There we go. Autoplay. 720. Annotations. Does this even have annotations? Okay. Why is the Interact website not... Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate OBS. Come on. Get out of the way. And I might need to have... Oh my god. Going wonderfully. I'm gonna have to take an antihistamine too. I need to, does this capture audio? It doesn't. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Why does OBS... Why can't you just put a video in OBS? Please. Fuck it. I'm desktop capturing. Ah, but it's the wrong resolution. Fuck, dude. Okay, is this the audio from my computer? Yeah, okay. Oh my god, why is this so hard? We open close tab. That's not the correct tab. Here. Display capture. I can't change the resolution midstream, can I? Probably not. Oh my god. I had it set up to use VLC and it worked, but then it turns out it only works for like 30 seconds before it doesn't load anymore. So I guess that's my fault for assuming it would just work. This is going really well. Um, is this? Oh my god, that's the. Um, what? Did it go back to 60 frames? Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna. Hopefully the stream doesn't go down. I'm just gonna stream at 1080. Give me a minute. Hello? Hello, are we at stream die? Of the Sideways Pillbox, yeah. Okay, 2 questions. Is the stream dead? I don't think it is. And is it in 1080? It's supposed to be 1080 30. Is it correct? Or is it still at 720? I mean, I guess if it's still at 720, that's fine. But I mean, by 1080, I want the whole thing in frame. Check and check the YouTube review. And it is good, but I mean, can you set it to 720? Okay, that's fine. As long as it's in frame. The canvas is 1080, so
I guess these are your only two choices. This would be the bath.
can I do see my YouTube recommended? Can I do a pop-out video? I assume Google would give that a big no-no because then they can't track you. Same reason why they're trying to kill ad block. But if I go full screen like this, then my chat is gone. I could go get my Switch, but Jesus. I wish I could pin this. Like, make it so that this is always on top. But, oh, where'd it go? Oh, it's over here. Interesting resolution. Because it borrowed that, dude, stop. It borrowed, actually, that might work. Yeah, nice. Windows, multitasking thing. Actually coming in clutch. Okay, remember, I am capturing my whole desktop. That's on streaming mode, yeah. And I'm not signed into Steam. Okay.
Also got a bathroom tile if you want it.
Audio output capture. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys some volume. The same volume I had it, so +9. Tell me if it's too loud or too quiet compared to my voice. Although I'm probably just gonna pause when I want to talk. But and then I'll just turn it up for myself on my headset.
Here you can paint the ground yard.
Alright.
Be quiet, please.
Okay.
So here we are at a blank, empty map. Appears to be the bedroom. Yeah, bedroom. Also got a bathroom tile if you want it. Let's start with the tools.
Is it loud? Okay. Window project. Get out of this. Should I just... Can I have this just open? Of course not. Do that.
I don't already have it up.
I can't monitor it because I'm capturing my audio globally. And it'll make it like a feedback loop thing.
Key. Here.
Which I doubt OBS would actually not let that happen, considering I can't even play a video.
You can paint the ground using the left mouse button. If you leave it at default, it'll start raising it up. But this
Yeah. Whenever I refer to like painting or coloring the ground, I always use the am I capturing my mouse too? Yeah. I always use the terms on the actual interface. So painting refers to the texture of the ground. Whether in most cases that just determines whether a unit can walk on that cell or not, assuming that it's level terrain. And then actually like the color, like the RGB color of the cells themselves, I call that coloring because that is the terrain tweaking tool for coloring it.
This is carpet. We don't want to raise it, so to flatten it back out, we hit the flat button, unchecked raise button, and just sort of, yeah, looks good.
Yeah.
Also, to remove this little tiling effect, hit the reblended map button once, and then you're good. And I believe the shift key.
I like the music playing at max volume from the other end of the house.
Lowers it. Yes. If you want to lower it,
Yeah.
as you can see, it's now much lower. If you want to do that.
Yeah, holding shift
Denting
inverts
carpet.
the
I'm not sure how that happened.
left click action.
Put some
Usually.
water there. No. Okay. And if you want to smooth it out, okay.
Does he not know how water works? Or
Put some water there. No. Okay.
okay,
And if you want to smooth it out, hit the smooth button. This will also raise it. No, it just flattens it out. It looks a little bit raised, but it's not raising it much.
yeah. It averages
Okay,
it.
it appears to do have a raising effect, so just uncheck that to be safe.
No, raising. The raise setting doesn't have any effect on smooth.
No, it's just a little bit dented. Maybe you wanted that. Here you can select different tiles you want. This is the bedroom one on mission 11. So I guess these are your only two choices. This would be the bathroom you come out of. Oh right, if you want a bigger size to work with, go to the numpad, start hitting the plus or minus button. Now I got a bigger size. Maybe I want half of it to be the bathroom and half of it to be the bedroom. Look at that. So, not much more you could do here.
Yeah, live reaction basically.
It appears I broke everything. Hold on.
But that's a studio glitch. In order to fix that, you can take the water tool, just select water then sections of 4x4, which this glitch is also in. But anyway, you just click anywhere on here with the water tool, you apply the water, and then just remove it, and that'll fix it. These cells are just like untextured or something. I don't know why it does that, but it does. But it happens in Dark Rain 2 as well.
Can I place stuff here?
But it's only visually. Like those cells still act like normal. You can paint them and units can walk on them.
No.
And
right, camera controls. I probably should have started with that.
The only reason the AA gun didn't raise up with the ground is because that's raising the terrain doesn't affect any of the objects on it. The zipped objects. They have to be readjusted manually. Units will raise up though, which is funny to watch.
Anyways, you can use the cursor up, down, left, right, move the camera. Do not use the arrow keys, otherwise it'll do this.
Yeah.
And we don't want that. For faster movement, hold down the right mouse button and move it around. You can move pretty fast.
Yeah.
That's the skybox. I'm not sure what it's doing down there.
That's like the default height of it.
Convincing, I know. Those are supposed to be attic windows. Or maybe walls. probably
Yeah.
Windows.
The attic skybox is really low for some reason. I don't know why.
And fun thing, hold down the middle mouse button. You get to look all sorts of places you can't in the main release.
Yeah.
Although we also have mods for that, don't we? What is this skybox doing down there? I don't know how to fix it. Also, as we were talking about earlier,
There's a slider for it in the studio, which is most of the stuff in the old studio that he's using is just straight up unlabeled. But I gave labels and like tip text to a lot of stuff. But yeah, it's on the you press 3 to get the terrain tweak tool, and there's your skybox slider in there. You just slide it up and down to raise and lower it.
different types. Since this is Attic World, I have a few more to play with. This is the base green grass. There's regular dirt. There's dirt with all the craters in it. You can paint bigger ones.
Yeah.
The rock and hill are impassable. It can't be accessed by any sort of soldier or vehicle. Only can be flown over.
Mm-hmm.
There also should be an impassable one. Asphalt. There's asphalt if you want that. And the impassable base. It's just regular grass, except you can't move through it. It's impassable. Who would have thunk?
Yep.
Flatten that? Yeah, flatten that. You see this in missions like 13. You can't move Sarge or anyone else too far south.
Is that done using impassable base or with a move block region? I think it's a move block region. Impassable base works the same. Actually, I think impassable base, units and vehicles can't walk on it, but I think choppers can still fly over it. Let me check. Good thing I have desktop capture, display capture. Let me see. Worlds. Attic. No. Terrain. Impassable. Yeah. So this is the traction type, and then it uses base textures. That's why this is the only one with the third parameter. But anyway, yeah, it's impassable, which means only grounded units can't go. Choppers, air units can still fly over it. So, yeah, this is a move block region.
I'm sure it's in every mission, basically. What does holding the Alt key do? Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, hold it. Holding down the... My voice is gone. Holding down the Alt key and still gone, I'm sorry.
I get that a lot.
The Alt key, if you hold it down and move your mouse, apparently does that. It changes the size really quickly.
So he's like actively exploring the studio as he's making this. This could be insightful, I guess. I should definitely start just with like all the keybinds and like what happens when you click and stuff like that before I just move on to the different brushes and what they do.
Okay, because it's too small.
Might go directly into the
Come on. Whoa. This is so sensitive.
Yeah, it's just I'm taking a pill or anti whatever. I got soda. Yep, here we go. The way it works, it's alt, he said. I think it's alt. Actually, I can have my studio open, since I'm just capturing everything. Oh god, it's loud. This should be 1080, right? Can you hear the mucus? Oh god. Definitely something wrong with me specifically, because like I don't understand how people can record shit like every day and not like get through this. They have to like they can't be taking something every day. Anyway, hold down Alt, left, flip, hold down Alt and left click, and you can change your side. It's not that sensitive. Probably what he's doing is he's trying to move like left and right. But what you do is you move up to shrink the size, and you move the mouse down to increase it. But yeah, left and right doesn't do anything. Uh, it's doing something now because you're moving slightly up and down, but you know what I mean. Maybe it is left and right. Well, up and down works better anyway. But yeah, down, large, up, increase, or decrease size. Yeah.
There we go.
Oh yeah, well also while I have this open, static, it's 3. Yeah, there's a skybox slider right there. For some reason it starts at -50, I don't know. Instead of 0, but yeah. Slide it up and down. We just type in 0 like that, and there you go. Yeah.
Where's my asphalt? There it is. Oh, look how tiny it is.
Yeah.
Boop, 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 boop. Anyways, you get it. My dog is snoring. You're just gonna have to deal with it. Alright, so we have the new button. This creates a new world.
Can you hear it?
Pick a world setting you want. We got 2 modded ones in here.
Nice.
There's also load. This will load from pre-existing missions. You want to see the basement mission? Basement baloney?
Yep.
There we go. Look at that. Look at all that stuff you gotta fight through. A monkey saves the president. Awesome. Or is it?
Yeah, I also added keybinds for these, so new control N, load control O, a save control S, which is quick save. If you want to save without quick saving, it's control shift S. Just kidding. No. Okay, this is my custom mission. Spoilers. Control Alt S, was it? What was the keybind again? How did I forget my own keybind? No, I don't want Windows speech recognition. Oh my god. It wasn't shell. No, because that goes back to the shell. What the fuck? I did have a keybind for it. I'll just look at the Oh god.
Okay,
No.
this is a tutorial.
No, please,
for
God.
at least what I know.
No, stop. Oh my fucking god. I don't want to browse the SERP. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Control Alt S. I wasn't wrong. Oh no, I was wrong. I pressed shift, but Control Alt S. Why is that not working? I don't know. Maybe it's bugged. I'd have to take a look at it real quick. I mean, I tested it. It worked before. Like, I don't know why it's not working now, but whatever. If it's broken on the uploaded version, then whatever. I'll just fix it.
We should let that one die. I don't know. There's your starting forces.
I gotta add the disclaimer.
You can see there's multiple tan teams here.
Yeah.
It has to not hit the unit limit.
Exactly, yeah.
Let's recolor a few of them. This red color is tan BL. This one is regular tan. Tan TR. Little yellow, bland yellow color.
Yeah, most maps, actually, I already spoiled it. But including my own, I mean, I started development, like, on stream. Just a little bit. But yeah, most maps, a lot of maps have, like, several different distinct tan teams. So that A, they don't hit the unit limit. But also B, each individual team can have, like, their own personality. So you can effectively have, if you don't want to make, like, I think... this one does it. Yeah, tan. This was uses the, GB personality, and this one also. So these two bases are like distinct entities, and so they both have personalities, and so they both build units and attack you from two different angles. So that's one way to get multiple like different things going. Although 9 times out of 10, you only want multiple tan bases just to avoid unit limit, which you can like manually change a team's specific unit limit anyway. But if you don't know how to do that, or you're just making just like a vanilla or something, I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyway.
like mission 15, there's like 4 tan teams you have to deal with. It
Yeah.
feels like you're fighting just one mega team.
Yeah.
Look at that, 2 guard towers right next to each other, but technically in opposing teams. They're all allied with one another, I'm sure.
Yeah, of
It's
course.
supposed to be connected, isn't it?
Is that just like straight up not connected in the base game? Interesting. I don't know. They probably like re-zipped the fence and just forgot to reconnect it or something.
Yeah, you've seen this before, I'm sure. But you can even load the tutorials if you want.
Yeah.
There's your targets.
Basement
There's
baloney
the
but
tan
enhanced. I'm not sure. No, I'm pretty sure he's got just like vanilla missions installed. I hope he does. It looks like he has the EXF, the clan EXF installer going. So, I for sure have vanilla files, just straight from the disk, not Steam or GOG, like actual disk. But at least I hope it is. I hope I didn't get lied to for 20 years. um, but he just the reason they were different colors is just because he was demonstrating that a lot of the time in single player missions specifically, there's not just green and tan. There can be multiple different distinct tan like teams for many different reasons. The most common reason is just to get around the unit limit.
Just 2 teams for this one, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you know how loading works. And save your current progress. I will warn you, there is no warning that you're about to lose unsaved data. So if you work really hard on a map and then load something else,
I added that actually. It's funny that he would bring that up because look, I added that. Are you sure? I didn't add it to loading. I should probably add it to loading stuff, but yeah. But the AI is sentient, not clickbait AI. Oh god, I fucking hate those videos, dude. I remember all the way back. It's not that far, but way back when originally the Half-Life one was getting popular. I remember when it was initially just like not popular and it was just something that was like up and coming, and I saw it and was like, okay, I don't really care about this. And then it exploded and it was fucking everywhere. Oh, I hated it so much. I hated it. I don't know why. It's just like I didn't like it to begin with. It wasn't really something that I would get, or it wasn't something that I would be interested in like watching, if that makes sense. Like it's not my like comedy thing or whatever. And then it just fucking exploded. Ugh. I'm exaggerating, but it's just like I don't care about that garbage.
if you didn't save it, it's just immediately gone.
There's even code to change colors from green and tan to whatever color. Yeah, this game has lots of cheat codes. There is fantastic plastic, gives you 5,000 plastic. That me? 2,000 electricity. Color me stupid. Randomizes all the all the colors of every team, including the tan team. So if there's more than one tan team, they get randomized to different colors, and the illusion is like broken. But ahoy, Captain Dan. That drops the paratroopers. En route. You only get to use it once for some reason. I don't know why. Kick some butt. I don't remember the exact multipliers. I think it makes your units deal, I think, 3 times more damage. I think. Maybe it's just 2, but I don't know. But then there's Brain Sick, which makes the enemy units deal, I think, 3 or 4 times damage. I don't remember if it's enemy units specifically deal more damage, or if it's your own units specifically take more damage. But it's something like that. But there is a distinction, and it is different. But I don't remember which one it is. But that's Brain Sick. The kick some butt is like obvious. The reason it's called Brain Sick is because the previous game on this engine, Dark Reign 2, had easy, normal, and hard. And it also had a 4th difficulty called Brain Sick, where hard you take like 50% extra damage, or Brain Sick you take like 300% extra damage. And if you try playing it, the game's just like, okay, this is a joke difficulty, you're not gonna live if you try to play. And it's just like funny. But and then there's also a punchline, which it doesn't seem like it does anything. You can only use it once. But what it does is, if I restart real quick.
Need something? Where do you want it? On my way. I'm here. On my way.
So let him collect this. See? 150?
Acknowledged.
Collect it. 150. Now, if I do punchline, that's not how you spell punchline. That's not how you spell punchline. That's punchline. Now he does it. See, it takes it. He still takes as long. Still takes the same amount of time to collect. The resource still has the same amount in it. But when he deposits it, you get double. So now it's 300. So it effectively doubles incoming plastic. It doesn't increase his carrying capacity, but it doubles it. So for example, if The Half-Life thing was funny because Half-Life, you know, the actual comedy was whatever. Yeah, Half-Life. And then Punchline. Again, there's a distinction between uh, capacity versus incoming plastic and all that. And then there's and then there's also I think 6 more cheats in the source code which are just unused, and we don't know the keywords for them because they don't just like take like input. Like obviously you could be able to reverse engineer them in the source code, which I doubt they considered, but either way they did prevent it. But no, it takes your like input, it like puts it to a hash or whatever it's called, and it compares the hash with like one of the options. It has like a switch, and if it matches, it does that cheat code. And there's like 6 additional like hashes which we don't know the code for. We'd have to brute force them. And there's that one code that you made all your troops into puddles of plastic. That's a jaw dropper. Yeah. Yeah, there is a cheat code which causes all of your selected units to self-destruct. Which I think the console version actually it does have that cheat. I don't remember exactly. I think it does, but the PC version doesn't. That's unused. So that's one of the unused cheats. I don't remember what they all are. We're going off on a huge tangent here, but I mean, whatever. We gotta fill 2 hours somehow. There's self-destruct all your selected units. It's not everybody, it's just whoever you have selected currently. They self-destruct. And you can only use it once for some reason. Probably just because it's, again, unused, it's not finished. Do you think it would be possible that it will auto-generate resources for the player that builds it? Builds what? You mean like make something that just like automatically generates resources? I don't think so, no. I think the only way to get resources is to explicitly have a collector unit deposited into a depot unit. But you could do something. I actually, I don't have the map installed, but for the Dark Reign 2 community map, Hockey, they did something where they have a bunch of depots and collectors just out of bounds where you can't use them, and then they just do their own thing automatically. And that's a pseudo way to like get incoming resources. Because that's the only way to get resources is that, or to have it like given to you. And there's no like console command or anything like that that gives you resources. At least not in vanilla game. There's probably a development console thing for it, but it's not in the source anymore because it's this is a release build. How does Fantastic Plastic work then? It's a cheat code. The cheat code explicitly gives you. The cheat code doesn't like push any like function. The cheat code is literally what does give you the plastic. Like I think it like directly gives you plastic itself. And there's no way to trigger it like in multiplayer. I mean, you could. I'm pretty sure you could like write objective that could like technically do the like cheat input for you and like does it. I'm pretty sure you can do that in you could write something, yeah, that like gives you plastic occasionally, but the thing is it's hard coded to give you 5,000 specifically. And it does that, and it gives it to you all at once. And it doesn't work in multiplayer. Like if it's online, it just doesn't work. Like you can get the cheat window open. You can just if you actually I think I can probably do it with the console. Let me see. You would do this with like interface code or whatever, but the actual command is, I think, iFace. Is it iFace command? Is it iFace command? What is it? Client trigger code. iFace command. Okay, can you? I don't think you can do that through console. Can you? What was it? Client trigger code. Client trigger code. Oh, nice. Okay, it works. Okay, so then this works. So you could just do that like that. One event, and then you could have an interface thing like that. The thing is, though, this doesn't work in multiplayer. So if I no, I go to multiplayer. This is this exe is.
Need something? Where do you want it? Mark it.
You remember there's multiplayer trainers that let you play multiplayer alone. This exe that I'm running has that, like, patched into it natively, which is why I can play multiplayer, just so you're aware. But yeah, if I... Yeah, like the same thing, it doesn't work in multiplayer. Cheats just don't work in multiplayer at all. In fact, the console, if you try to cheat with the console, because you can port this into, like, regular multiplayer or like a regular game and use it, it doesn't work either. Your game will desync, like, instantly. So, no cheating for you. But yeah, it doesn't work. Still ashamed that there's no sea vehicles in the game? Yeah. Dark Reign 2 had boats, but this game doesn't. I don't know why they didn't bother with boats. But interesting enough, something interesting is that I go to Flooded Follies.
All clear. Where do you want it? Mark it.
Sarge here. Not a problem.
Need some? Rolling.
Sarge
Do
here.
I have... No, I don't. If I... Okay, so you see this water? You see the water here? And also, because, again, like I said earlier, water can only exist in, like, 4x4 grids for some reason. I don't know why.
Need something? On the way.
If a unit...
Be right there.
When a unit dies,
Be right there.
it makes a plastic blob. You know, we all know this. However,
Enemy taking fire.
if the unit is
Enemy
above
sighted.
water, even if the water is underground and it's effectively not there, you can't see it. If the unit dies on a cell that has water on
Unit
it,
lost. Enemy
no
sighted.
plastic blob. So, that could be a reason why they didn't bother with vehicles. It might have just been, or boats, rather. It might have just been easier just to not make boats rather than just try to fix that. I don't know why it happens to begin with. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Same with that you're about to lose unsaved data. So if you work really hard on a map and then load something else, if you didn't save it, it's just immediately gone. Same
Yeah.
with playing the mission.
Yeah, I
can play this in the
added.
editor if I want.
Yeah, I added those.
Once in combat.
Ready to see some action? This time out, you're going to be practicing your combat skills. The ammo
Hello,
is live,
July.
and so is the enemy.
We're watching your
For
video.
orders, you'll be on the field in no time.
Sorry.
Career-ending voice crack. We're watching your video.
First,
But that wasn't a voice crack. I just like straining.
you're going to learn how to use squads.
Copy.
Select all your units.
We also
The boot camp, actually, on that topic, the boot camp missions are pretty fun to look at. Also, fun fact, if you inject the studio with David's tool, this studio button that everybody loves to post on YouTube, like, oh my god, studio guys, this button actually works now. If you actually inject the studio, this button actually works. But anyway, the bootcamp missions are actually interesting to look at because they're so script heavy. Like they use a lot of, if I open this up, they use a lot of objective coding. so they're interesting to look at. They are, yeah.
The rule set. This determines the rules that are being used for objectives.
Yeah, objective rules. So like some custom boat units are hard to implement due to the terrain inside the building, make the boat unit, it will go stuck in the building. Yeah. The building itself actually has, if I just go ahead, ask me anything, because I need to go over this. This isn't going to be like a reference. Like this video isn't going to be a reference to use, because that would be pretty stupid. But like I said at the beginning, I'm mostly doing this just to give July's video some traction, and also because I'm trying to figure out my streaming schedule. Anyway, for when's the best time to stream. Does this second layer? Interesting. It only uses. Oh, that's for the shadow. Directions. Surface traction. But yeah, the boat. The garage needs to, or the building it needs to, because it has two hard points. You can see one hard point there. It's technically there. I probably can't see it because the second layer. There we go. But this has to more do with like creating models for the buildings. But it has two hard points, which is where the unit spawns, where the unit exits the building, and it can get through them. As it's following exiting the building, it ignores traction, but as soon as it tries to get out, it starts checking traction. And if this tile is like invalid, then the unit gets stuck and it can't exit the garage. That's why when you build something from the bulldozer, it has to check the surrounding cells as well. But the way Dark Reign 2 does it is their vehicles and boats have their own distinct facilities, and the boat facility, which is a dock, can't be built on land at all. It has to be built like on water. If I not like this, but something like this. This is a bad example because the garage isn't built that way, but it has to be built on water, kind of like something like this, so that the boat can get out and it's immediately on the water. And you're thinking, how can the bulldozer build it there? And the answer is just that Dark Reign 2's bulldozer can walk on water. Just because. Excuse me for 1 second. I am rambling. It is sometimes. Ew, get off of me. I thought that was like a dust bunny or something.
Like Protect HQ. This one's used for multiplayer.
Yeah.
And this one is also used for multiplayer.
Rule set specifically is if in the mods folder, any map can use a rule set, although in practice only multiplayer maps use them. But the rule sets are just these three in here, and the rule set is just a set of like objective code that when the game starts, it does it automatically, so you don't have to like bother putting it in your like your map. You know what I mean? You don't have to like write it yourself. Sometimes it can contain assets as well, stuff like that. But yeah, in practice, only multiplayer maps use rule sets, but any map can use them.
This is probably how tutorials end.
Protect HQ is... Sets. Protect HQ, the first one is the standard multiplayer rule set. You have 3 minutes without an HQ and you die. King of the Hill is King of the Hill. Although it requires some like specific setup. Like you have to make a hilltop region and you have to make a tag called fences. I think that's it. But without these two things, the game will try to find them, not find them, and crash. But King of the Hill is a King of the Hill, obviously. And then the third one is, I called it Protect Sarge. But it's an unused rule set, where it's the same as Protect HQ, except instead of watching for an HQ, it watches for a Sarge specifically. And when your Sarge dies, your entire like team self-destructs just instantly. There's no 3-minute timer. But it's an unused rule set, which is really weird. It's not very good. But that's what it does if you want to use it. It's
Maybe,
in
I
the
don't
base
know.
game.
Maybe it's an additional game mode that was never included in any of the official maps.
Yeah.
Alright, now seems like a good time to talk about teams. They're pretty important, so let's pull it up. If it's up by default, but in case you can't see it, hit the T key or the tools button. I don't know what this does.
I have no idea either.
Manipulate objects in object coordinate system. Still know what it does.
I have no idea.
That.
I have no idea what it does. However, it doesn't crash, which means the variable it's tied to does exist, and you can toggle it. And it exists in the Army Men studio, but not the Dark Reign 2 studio. So it's something they added when they made Army Men RTS. So it's probably not something that's like unused. But again, I have no idea what it is. I have no idea what it is, what it does, but I don't know. So that's why I kept it. Because in case it does do something, then well, there it is. But yeah, I had no idea.
But hit the team key here. It'll show up a list of teams you have. Currently, I have nothing.
Did I add a keybind for this? No. I did add a keybind for this though. Instead of clicking the button, you can just press the T key. There's your team. Some stuff I had to comment out. He might talk about it on his video. The connected region tool crashes the game because it's there's dependencies in the source code which don't exist in Army Men RTS, so I had to just get rid of it. Anything that already existed, I did this where I just commented it out rather than outright removing it. Because if it's gone, then people are going to be like, well, why is it gone? You know what I mean? Like, for example, blending. Like, I'm not gonna remove it, but it doesn't work through Studio. You have to do it manually. You know, so some things say. Anyway. I apologize for how exhausted and uninterested. I figured I planned to create a apology tutorial, never got around to finishing it. Yeah. Like, I'm so... I genuinely figured out everything that I know about this game just because I've been doing it for like almost 15 years. And I just like open things up and just like look at it and just like, I wonder what happens if I do this. And just doing that over and over and over. And I realized that's not a good way to teach people. It's a good way to learn, but it's not a good way to teach. And I just I don't know how to teach. Like, I've never really had to do it very well. So, and it's hard for me to get my thoughts in order, especially now. But it's and I go off on tangents. Like I want to explain like everything specifically in detail. It's hard for me to think of like, again, because I've been doing it so long. It's hard a lot. harder for me to think in like broad strokes of like, okay, this is what you want to fundamental want to learn to. It must have been frustrating. Not really. It's only frustrating when I can't figure out why something isn't working when I know it should work. Like you see me deving maps on stream, especially with like cutscenes, stuff like that, where it's like I know it should work this way, but it just doesn't for some reason. But anyway, yeah, like come on, like teachers are so underappreciated. It is a skill. It is skilled labor. It's criminal what's happened to them. Anyway.
And push the 2 key on your keyboard. This will pull up objects you can place, including the soldiers.
Yes.
If we place some now, Sarge here. Of course,
is Sarge here while he has army instead of hero selected?
Here we have Sarge in all of his glory, but he's in that undefined debug color. He's not going to do anything. You can't select him. You can't play as him. He's just sort of there as a non-team. And we don't want that.
Sometimes you might want that. In very specific cases, like if you want an object that can be killed that's not associated with any like team, then that's an instance where you might want to do it. But usually, yeah, if you have a unit, put it on a team. Props don't matter because they don't go on the team regardless. Trying to add Leo to the game? Maybe not today. Oh god. You know, I was thinking about it. I've had a lot of professors in college that really knew their stuff, but they made for poor teachers. Me too. Not college, but I mean just like me too. I know what's going on, but I can't communicate very well. Do you want me to make a Leo model? Oh god. If you guys want to, if you really want to, I'll put a Leo thing and it'd be like make Leo's life as hard as possible. Poor guy. I might actually. Are there even animals in RTS? No live animals in RTS, but there are animal toys. I think there's a teddy bear. Is there a teddy bear? But there's like toy dinosaurs and stuff. Wait, are there? Yeah. What do we think? What do we all? We're all stupid. Of course there's animals. There's ants and insects. Duh. Yeah, of course. But, is there a teddy bear? Yeah, there is a teddy bear. Look, there's a. Oh yeah, and there's in the yard. There's a frog, and then there's the there's bugs, there's flies, there's the praying mantis. Yeah, there are animals. There are sheep and dog noses. Yeah, but those are like the toy animals, like the diorama animals. But there's also the toy dinosaurs. In fact, fun fact. I've showed this off before, but excuse me, showed it off before, but I'll show it off again. Kick some butt.
Under fire, Freddy! Yeah? Got enemy sighted!
Fact.
Enemy sighted.
Moving
Mine
out.
triggered. Unit lost.
Enemy sighted! Sir, understood!
Leave me alone. Fun fact, this dinosaur,
Sir, right away!
if you play modded maps, you absolutely know about this, but this dinosaur
Advancing!
is a unit. It moves.
En route!
Jump scare.
En route!
Yeah, it moves.
Advancing! 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 Right away!
Is it?
Advancing!
I think it's full grain.
En route!
I think it's full
En
grain. Is
route!
it?
Moving out!
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, this is a real unit. It moves around. Just in case you didn't know. Yeah, it moves. There are sheep and talking dinosaur too. Oh, nice bug sounds. This flying insect.
Is this gonna hurt?
Fun fact, you can, it's very hard because you'll never catch it, but you can shoot and kill this butterfly too. There's lots of like really interesting little things in this game. Specifically in like the yard maps. Like, if I play this.
You now have a bulldozer. It allows you to construct buildings.
Sergeant.
These
To
bugs
do
that
this,
walk around,
select the bulldozer,
Yes, sir.
left-click on the building
You can
you
kill
want to
them.
create from the Build menu, then left-click
Nice.
again to place it on the map.
yeah, you can kill the bugs walking around. You can kill the dead bugs floating in the water. Oh, there's also tadpoles. There's another animal. Tadpoles in the water. Blow my little brother's mind with the discovery. Hey, quiz him. See if he knows all the cheat objects in the game. The cheat objects are when you finish a map, you might get unlock a cheat code. Like, here's your secret code. Your code is like, for example, fantastic plastic or whatever. So here's all the cheat objects in the game.
Wonderful. Enemy sighted.
Enemy sighted. Mine triggered. Unit lost.
Leave me alone. I may as well just cheat using the console. But
Moving out.
there's this.
Attacking.
That's one. What is... Yeah, just cheat using the developer console. Just to demonstrate just how much I know about this game. Just go ahead and flex. That gives color me stupid. There's one on this mission, which is actually team. No, team set relation both way. Green and neutral. Tan, neutral. Actually, no. I'm not gonna find any mines. It doesn't
What do you
matter.
want?
But yeah,
Out of my way.
now the ants don't care about me. But yeah, there's another cheat object which is up here.
You heard him. The clock is ticking, soldiers. Go, go, go!
Nice cutscene.
Who's next?
Don't fast forward during a cutscene. Worst mistake of my life.
Oh, I don't like this.
Oh, it actually like resets our affiliation too. Nice. But
If you say so.
these clown shoes are a cheat object. And what does this unlock? Fantastic plastic. I'm gonna be real. I knew about the shootable objects in several levels. I'm reading chat out loud and it's on the screen because I'm capturing display. That's how cheat codes were unlocked. I accidentally found out looking through Mission 5's objectives. Yeah, that's how you unlock cheat codes. There are specific, like, things that you kill. This one has one. Which is the,
I'm listening. What?
which is this fly right here.
Understood.
And this gives you, this gives you... kick some butt. Unit of sofa. Mission 9 has one. Green and tan, yeah.
Yeah?
Mission 9 has one, which is this T-Rex.
Affirmative.
For some reason, this one only has... This one doesn't have any HP for some reason.
Sarge here. On my way.
Is that a real unit in this map?
Moving out!
No. Okay, in the yard, I don't remember what this dinosaur was called. I think a Tyrannosaurus? No, Tyrannosaurus is T-Rex. What is this one called? I don't know. The long dinosaur. This one is a prop in the bedroom, but in the yard it's a real unit. Anyway, the T-Rex, what does that give you? Ahoy, Captain Dan. I forgot this one. From here to the sofa. Can do. PS2, I don't know what that is. But I'll just make that
What?
just in case. This one. Green Rogue.
Affirmative.
Destroy the shitty game. I mean, it could be shitty. I haven't played it yet. That one has a different sound for some reason. But that is a cheat object. I think it is. It should be. Yeah, brain sick. Fitting, brain sick. And mission 10.
Who's next? Acknowledged.
This one I don't have to go.
No, please. Just a flesh wound. Yes, sir. Enemy sighted. Help!
Nice.
He's gone.
The rubber duck right here.
Enemy sighted.
Dude, kill him. Here we go. And I'll just win the old-fashioned way. Or cheat the old-fashioned way, just say. That's punchline. Okay. Does this one have it? Yeah. This one has a cheat object, which is,
We're under attack!
Enemy sighted.
The fan there, that's a cheap object. That's Zap Me. Interesting, you get Fantastic Plastic on like Mission 2, and then Zap Me a little way down there. I think that's it. Is it Derailment? No. Village of the Tan? No. 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 Okay, yeah, and that's it. Nothing in the Great Battles or Special Ops. Although, just a little bit of a spoiler, my custom map does have a cheat code in it, a cheat object in it, and it gives you one of the unused cheat codes. So, just a little spoiler. Just keep your eyes peeled. Damn, I missed all that. Fly has so much HP. Yeah, the cheat objects, they're defined per mission, so it's arbitrary what they have, but I think every cheat object is supposed to have 600 health, which is the same as a chopper. A chopper? I think a chopper might have 600. It might have 500. It's definitely less than a half track, which a half track has 700, and a Scorch and a Guard Tower both have 600 for sure. And so does Vicky. I just know all these numbers off my head because I've been doing it for so long, which is kind of sad, but also kind of impressive. But yeah, most cheat objects have 600 health, although some of them only have 0 health because their health isn't initialized correctly. And they end up dying in one hit. including splash damage. The dinosaur unit can even attack tan units? No, the dinosaur is just like, it's not even assigned to a team, so it can't do anything. It has no affiliation, and even if it is, it doesn't have a weapon or anything like that. So it would be just like a minesweeper. It would just like walk around. Mission 8, the Green Rogue game, yeah. I forgot about the one. Interesting, the Green Rogue one has a different sound effect. I wonder why. It could just be an inconsistency. Is that a dinosaur? Yeah, dinosaurs like chips, don't you know? Corn chips, specifically. None of that. None of those potato chips. Couldn't you get into the Portal Runner game files and import them into RTS? Apologies, this is a goober question. They have different file systems, which is like I think the easiest way I can think of to like explain it. But like they use different like image formats, different file. Obviously, they're different game engines, and they read different files, and they're compiled differently. But that's just like coding and stuff. For like actual assets, the images. Sounds are absolutely the easiest because there's like so many tools for ripping sounds from PlayStation games. Sounds are the easiest. And then after that, textures, which textures might be like proprietary formats or like engine specific formats because they have to be like rendered instead of just like streamed. Although if nothing else, you could just like dump them from an emulator, which is what I did for my stream backgrounds for Portal Runner. But then like actual models, again, the same argument of like it has to be made specifically not only for the engine but also for like the graphics renderer and stuff. And same reason why even the same game, Armament RTS, the console models don't work on the PC version and vice versa. I assume vice versa. I haven't tried building an image of a modded RTS. So it's possible it would be a pain in the ass. You would either need to figure out a way to actually like read the model data, let alone find it. But the thing is, the model might be like Armament RTS specifically doesn't have like raw meshes. It has like compiled like meshes. It like each mess, the way it works is like each unit has different animations, and those animations, the GOD like model is like compiled from all the animations. So like each animation is its own specific mesh using the same like hierarchy and like skeleton. It's not a skeleton based animation like Half-Life or Source Engine, but you know what I mean. They have the same like vertices, all the same model and all that, textures and all that, but they're animated differently. So like up and down, left and right, walking, running, shooting, like that. And then all those meshes are compiled into a single like GOT file. And if Portal Runner has like emulators exist and you can just like rip or dump from them. But if you could get Leo's model is one thing, getting Leo's animations are another thing. And then you'd have to export the model with the animations in a specific way in order to import them into Armament RTS to create a God file. And unit exporting animations is something I haven't figured out yet fully. I figured out very basic animations, like transform animations, like scaling up and down. Actually, I don't think scaling or stretch and squash even supported. I think only like transformation is like from left to right is supported. But I have figured out very basic transformation of like the entire model itself. I haven't figured out how to do skeletons. I haven't figured out how to animate like different parts of a hierarchy or different bones and stuff. I haven't figured out any of that. So, yeah, the short answer is technically, yeah. it would be funny. It would be interesting to try. I could definitely like do a stream of just like trying it, but there would not be any tangible progress. Just as a disclaimer. Do you think you could speedrun this game? Yes, and in fact, I have speedrun this game for a while back. And Lucas has made a tutorial on basic helicopter animation. Yeah, and getting the blade to rotate is like like I said, or a basic like transformation animation where you like just get the blades to rotate around. That's something I could probably do, assuming that the helicopter blade was a different, like a separate mesh from the rest of the chopper. But yeah, I have speedrun this game a while. Do I have? I'm not logged in. Leaked. I put it up on a public website. I'm leaked. Oh, it still has my discriminator? Interesting. Yeah, I thought it would change to my handle. Here's my Steam. Again, I have this publicly up, so I'm almost certainly not gonna friend you though. So don't bother. If you even can, I might have it just straight up blocked. It should be blocked anyway. But how long do you think it took the developers to make RTS? I don't know about the engine. The Pandemic Zero engine. That's what engine it runs on. IndieDB. Okay, that's just engines. MonDB. RTS, Battlefront, Mercenaries, Dark Reign 2. StracTube, have you seen the top review? I haven't looked at the Armament RTS Steam page for a while. I've been playing it on Steam. Wizo. Is it Wisehack? Wizo? I assume it's Wizo, because like the Q at the end sounds weird. Like it seems like it would be silent to me. You know, like an X at the end or something. But if anybody knows, let me know. I would ask him, but he's not here. And I'm not gonna like DM him on like ModDB like, yo, how do you say your name? But anyway. Why Shack? Okay. Way Shack? We? Why? Shaquille O'Neal? I've asked him? Okay. But anyway, yeah, this engine is, they've been using it for a while, or they had been using it for a while, at least I assume. But, so the engine itself is, however, plus on top of the actual game itself. I don't know when they first revealed Armament RTS. I have a collection of just like beta images, like development screenshots that I've just collected over the years. Most of them Jerry found and shared with me. I just had them on my computer. I was gonna like put them on the forum or something, but I just never got around to it. And also be like, where would I put them? I don't know. But the game, I don't remember when it was revealed. This one is dated 2001. But these are dated 2001. You can see the old studio interface, which is the actual game interface. You can see the old elements, old textures and stuff. 2001 to 2000, so like a year. Dark Reign 2 was 1999, I think. Here's a really low quality, but there's the old HQ skin, flesh colored weapon still, old version of the Shadow. There's the Minesweeper used to have a different like ping graphic, which it was like green instead of yellow, and the barracks, like the icon in the barracks, still uses the green version art for it. But then there's like old textures or like particle effects. There's the one with a older melt button, old HQ. Here's an image of the console version, which still has flesh-colored weapons for some reason. Which, yeah, this is Mission 1, by the way. This is what this mission looks like. This happened. You remember this? This was my favorite part of the first mission in the game. Also, there's another battle going on down here. What the hell is happening? Here's with some this one is actually pretty decent quality, and it looks pretty like this one looks very close to finished game. You still the old green particle effects, still flesh-colored weapons, old textures, but that's like almost finished. Same, more. Here's the old Dark Rain 2 construction effect for buildings. You see the old, instead of like the metal grating or whatever, it used to be like paper clips, which is actually pretty interesting. That's like a nice texture detail. Although I could see why they would change it. I don't know. Although considering the HQ is still a soda can, and the resource depot is literally a blender, so why would they change it? Actually, now that I think about it, old texture, old HQ textures. Each hero used to have their name displayed at all times, aside from just Sarge. But then there's just like this old prop. This might have been a resource, it might have been a prop, who knows. Old beta shadows. That's all I have though. But yeah, the game. So maybe a year, maybe 2 years to make this game. Do you think you could speedrun this game? Yeah. I went off on a huge tangent. Here's all my runs. It's easy to get first on a leaderboard with nobody on it. What's the health of it? Pillbox 1000. Pain in the ass. Few Armament games with PS1 and a few Easter eggs in. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying out all the other Armament games on console and stuff. It's going not very well. The N64 games I liked. Armament 3D I liked. I really liked Armament 3D. Portal Runner again. If it was just Vicky, I would have liked it. Just like straight up, I would have liked it, enjoyed it. If it was Vicky. With Leo the Lion specifically, and the fact that he was like half the missions, on top of the fact that he had like 4 missions in a row, that was not a good time. But yeah, I know I like playing the games, they're not going over well, but I do genuinely love this series, and it is a good thing for me. Like, I know I get like this, but I'm just kind of like that, you know? I've always been like that. And trying to change, but it's not hard. But it's not easy, I should say. Rip audio from Armament RTS PS2 ISO, yeah. In fact, I have all the like .x archives just like unpacked, just ready to go on my computer, just like as editing tool. The GameCube one's not yet, but the PlayStation 2 one. The PlayStation 2 basically uses the same file system of just like .x files, and they all have all the files in them, like this. But these PlayStation 2, they have waves. You can't play them natively as is. You need to like convert them because they have like a codec or whatever. But you can use I think MF Audio, the FARS domain. I think this is it, right? I know it is MF Audio, but I think this is the link for it. I don't want to say download this because I don't know. But or you just use some other tool. But yeah. The GameCube version is also, it has its own like proprietary format of like, it's like a DSP, but it's very well documented just because of like, it's a GameCube game and GameCube assets are well documented just because of shit like Mario Party or Melee, stuff like that. Might be Warzone 2100, 2010, I assume. Probably not. Lucas tutorial helicopter, yeah. I don't want to distract you. It's Armament Review. Battlefront 2. Why Shaq? Tempted to compare the credits for Star Wars Battlefront 2 and RTS? Probably. If they're both made by Pandemic Studios, there's almost certainly overlapped developers. Yeah. One of the original devs on Armament RTS was a review on Steam talking about making the game. Yeah. I've seen that a few times. Or I've seen talking about, like, doesn't run. No possible tech support. Or users able to figure out how to get the game running. It's pretty much invisible paperweight. I agree, yeah. There really needs to be rules on putting patch to work on model system. Yeah, I agree, 100%. Yeah. Command post system of Battlefront 2? Yeah. Dark Reign 2 had so many... Dark Reign 2 had so many, like, it actually had a lot of depth to it. And for the Armament RTS, they, like, removed a lot of it, which is really interesting. Or not interesting, but it's like, they took away a lot of the, depth to it. I don't know. Flaming Death. I mean, hey. I mean, you don't have to be professional on fucking Steam, so could be. David Lannon. Oh yeah, David. Lannon. Actually, do I have the okay, not on this build. That's my studio build. My stream gameplay build probably has the Intel files, or should have the Intel files. Is this also in 1080? Yeah. This I have my custom missions mod installed too, which includes intelligence files. Do I have... Oh god, I don't have everything installed. Unlock. Oh my god, okay, let me... see. Copy my Steam save file over. Which I copied from my old Steam file. This is my old save file from my old computer, which has everything. Just copy this. I have a saved game because I was recording something and accidentally pressed the save game button, which is the same keybind as my stop recording button. Yeah, I have the background unlocked because everything is unlocked. David Lannon. Matt Harding's Goldfish. Lannon. Does he not have a reference in the Intel files? I thought he did. Huh, interesting. Well, Pandemic Studios, there you go. Programmer, David Lannon. Adam Rossi? Rossi? I don't know. Anyway. Credits. Talking about making the game. I mean, the command post. Tan Army is taking command post. Sarge is into the battle. They're in for it now. Let's read this. Being a developer who bought this game 20 years ago, it's one of the most loved projects I worked on. Wonderful. And just sync together to make this mod and most Army game we could. Things about this process in the game, story, theme that Matt, Tristan, and Dan came up with, which is superb. Was in Snoopy vs. Red Baron. Developers for BF2 possibly made Army RTS. Everything in my childhood is connected. Snoopy vs. Red Baron. Oh, music for Armament Air Attack 1. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, like, huh? It's probably just a sample. But yeah. Yeah, Air Attack 1 definitely uses a sound library. Probably. If it does, it doesn't get claimed. Unlike our Air Attack 2. And the first Armament game. Cool gameplay from the designers just made it a lot of fun. We haven't played it once, we had running multiplayer. Matt hated how I would do grunt rushes to break their balancing. Well, I don't want to say anything. It went from grunts to grenaders, so good balancing. Oh, a PS2 game. That makes sense. I was thinking of like the original, like the Schultz like cartoon, like whatever it was. When were the Peanuts cartoons made? I want to say like 70s, maybe earlier. I don't know, roughly. Anyway, artwork is still very in keeping with Armament World. I still think this is the best Armament title. Yeah, for sure. This one actually had a dedicated team. It was like outsourced. I don't know how to explain it, but Pandemic Studios made this game, not 3DO, basically. It was like a code thing, but Pandemic Studios made this game. Casey, job art-wise. Coding with Aaron and Andy. Wishing you all the best if you ever read this, Dave. Dave, we need help. The game doesn't work, Dave. You're a programmer, please. Not good enough, Dave. But yeah, I absolutely 100% agree with this. They got also, while we're here, first of all, they did this boot camp wrong. Like, really? It tells you what to do and you still did it wrong. It has it written on the ground, Depot goes here, and they put it in the wrong spot. But look at this. 2K Games, your amazing trailer. Who did you hire to make this trailer? I want to know because take a look at this. Bootcamp L. Take a look at this. Where is it? Okay, there's Mission 9. Mission 6. Nice. Rest in peace, Thick. What is that? Do you want to explain? Never mind the fact that they're using a mod on the Steam trailer, but Coca-Cola? That, like, how is that still up? How have they gotten away with it? Hello? And it's not in the screenshots. Where did they pull this video from? Product placement. It's not even product placement. It's a modded game. I can guarantee you Coca-Cola does not know, let alone paid for them to do that. However, Saber Tank, they're in deep with Big Soda. Oh god. I haven't... No, I have a, I wanted to make some, like, single-player stuff. Not, like, make single-player maps for, like, public use. I just wanted to make, like, some single-player stuff, just, like, mess around with the unit, see what it can do and everything. I haven't looked at it quite yet. I apologize, but, yeah, I was going to... I need money for Steam RTS. No. No, you do not. You wanna know why? Because GOG exists. If you really want to spend money in this game and you don't want to do something morally questionable, just get it on GOG. Besides, the Steam version specifically does not work with Game Ranger. Like, nobody knows how they fucked it up. I even talked to David about it. The one who, David who wrote the Studio Injector. And he also can't understand why it doesn't work. Since they were made by the same studio with the same engine, would it be insanely easy to import BF2 files in RTS? I assume I would assume not, but I don't know. I've never seen Battlefront, so I don't know how its like file system works. I know how to fix it. Oh shit, man! Get on the Steam discussions and post that shit. People need to know. They ask about it all the time. Why can't the multiplayer work? And Game Ranger is. I bought RTS on the PS2 after Steam failed me. Yeah, Game Ranger on the or Steam. I remember RTS on Game Ranger is like. Dude, I like how I can't move this because the icon is in the way. Dad? When's the last time all my friends logged on? 2021, actually. Stan. Dan comes by my stream once in a while. Reddit. Some of you might have seen him commenting on my streams. I used to play Armament with him a while ago. A long time ago. How are the PS2 and the PC versions of RTS different? PlayStation 2, we're watching a video, by the way, just in case we all forgot. We're 11 minutes deep and we're like in a 2-hour stream. But this is fine. This is fun. I can just like do this tomorrow. Or whatever. But anyway. Sniper. Yeah. Firehawk. I'm still friends with Firehawk on Game Ranger. Interesting. He hasn't logged on since 2019 though, so fair enough. Jay. I don't even remember who Jay is. Piranha. Map. Is that... One of these is, what is his name? One of these was Alfonso. I wonder if he's still... Probably using, there's PETA, Romney. He hasn't played in a while, but we're still on Discord sometimes. Thanks for playing. That was someone on Discord. I don't think. Anyway, Game Ranger. Playing online is like, you can go with like Hamachi, or you can actually like forward a port on your router, and with all that. And the thing is like you need to like know someone specifically, and they also need to. You need to like set up a game with each other. Game Ranger is like the only thing because it took over support for like a lot of GameSpy games. Game Ranger has matchmaking. So that's why I always like to recommend it. It's not good, but it's like the option. Otherwise you have to... Even you can make the argument of like, well, join a server. Well, assuming the server is active, first of all. Second of all, you still need to like know people and like set it up with them. You can't just like, okay, there's a lobby, click on it, and you're in game. You know? But yeah. Which that's like the only reason I could even recommend Game Ranger now anymore. It's because it requires basically no setup at all. And it has a lobby. PS2 and PC versions of RTS different. Isn't there a survival mode? Not really. There's one mission which... The PS2 version, the main difference is that the PC version has multiplayer. And the PS2 version and GameCube version are... They don't have a multiplayer. Instead, they have a second set of 8 exclusive missions called the Special Operations. Which is, whereas the Great Battles is... For most of the Great Battles, it's just like, okay, here's your tan, here's a bulldozer, or here's your base, here's a bulldozer, and there's a tan base. Have fun. Go get them. That's most of the Great Battles. But for the Special Operations, they're more like niche and specific. Like, for example, they have like conditions, you know? Like for Midnight Snack, it's like you have to kill the base, except all you get is bullseye. So destroy the base with only bullseye. You can like rescue other heroes, like with the way you rescue the radio operator in Mission 8, or like Roadblock, where it's like you have a set of units, but instead of like a skirmish thing where you go out and kill them, instead you hold your ground and the units try to like break through your defense. They try to like sneak by, and you have to stop them. This is like a 30-minute. This is kind of like a survival thing. And then there's also the rocket mission, which is where you actually get a base, but you just have to defend the rocket. This is kind of like a survival thing, but not really. But that's the special operations. They're kind of like playing around with like what's possible with the engine, or like the very basic game formula, you know. All you need to do is put RMM RTS folder into a newly created folder titled 3DO and program files. No. See, I have Game Ranger detects my game running, or not game running, but it detects I have RMM RTS installed. It might not, like if you install it through Steam, it might not be able to find it. Like Steam might not like write a registry key or whatever, but you can still like manually select the game and select browse and select the game. Like even I have like multiple different instances of the game installed, quote unquote. I have multiple instances of the game, and I can like specify which one I want to play online with, whether that's this one or that one or the Steam version. The problem is that you can browse and select. You can select the exe, but with the Steam exe, I can actually try it. It should not work. Steam, because my Steam is my Steam thing. No, is it? No, I think I did. Excuse me. I think I did. Maps. Go to the Lamb. Go to Lamb is gonna update tomorrow. I might actually stream that. Like I'm really interested. I might just straight up stream it. Alright, yes. I think I have. Yeah, 2023. I think this is a. Yeah, see. The Steam version of the game. I might have patched it to allow multiplayer, like poked it. But yeah, the Steam version of the exe just like doesn't work for whatever reason. But the this is a retail version, and this one just works. See, and you can play. That's what the problem is. It's not the game. It's not that Game Ranger can't detect it. It's that Game Ranger doesn't accept it. The PS3 version at recall level, you only get one base, and the Tan Army infinitely respawns. I'm not sure. The special operations are the only ones exclusive to PlayStation 2 and GameCube, but one where the Tan respawns, I'm not sure. The only one I can think of is this one, because even if you technically can kill all these, you're not supposed to, but you technically can destroy them all. And even if you do, they still like manually spawn them in from like the under this vent and just on this road. Like they'll literally just spawn for your eyes, which is like fair enough. You're not supposed to be able to get up there anyway. But this is the only map I can think of where that happens, where that would be the case. My Steam version works as long as you put it in the 3DO folder. Interesting. I don't know. I might. I have Game Ranger and I have Steam, so I could experiment with it. Maybe if you, I don't know, would Steam give you bullshit about trying to install to program file x86? Because I know Steam lets you like choose different libraries for the game. I'm wondering if you can get Steam to specifically install Armament RTS to a specific folder, and if you get it to 3DO, instead of Steam always wanting to install to a Steam apps folder. You know what I mean? But if nothing else, you could just like copy all the files. There's nothing stopping you. I mean, I think there's technically DRM, but I mean, yeah. No coop, I copied and pasted. Yeah. Like my Steam files are very heavily modified. Steam doesn't really care. They just or as long as you don't like verify the integrity, it'll be fine. You can just like mod it or whatever. But yeah, I have this open. I was gonna show off that I have speedrun this game before. What's a good one that I've done? Country. I've wanted to do this again too, but I haven't really gotten around to it. Just because I've always had stuff like wanted to do instead, like studio and like editing stuff. Dishes of Valor. Full plastic jacket. Basement Baloney is a funny one, because like this guy, 2 years ago, he put his video up. He submitted a run. Speedrun time.
Is up there, and I think I'll build one of lots of
Like
mortars, and basically they sniper.
yeah, he's got a good strategy,
We
you
just
know.
need them to come
Just
one
go
at
in
a
as soon
time.
as possible, get a
Alright.
medic, you know, just tank your guys.
That's why I cry when we go into hard mode, because they use it a lot more. Like,
But yeah, you know, it's just
Especially
respect to
because I
in-game
know
time,
I
22
am
minutes. The video is
gonna
16
finish
minutes
this
long.
game. I
What
don't
do you...
care how much of my mental.
Oh, it's probably
Their time 22
cut.
minutes and 34 seconds, 100.
probably edited. But
I
yeah,
think everyone should
all you need to do to beat this mission is just destroy these 2 HQs. So, 3 minutes, 19 seconds. I'm like, I don't know why I didn't think of this to begin with. Sarge is just broken. But here's my run. Here's my amazing run. Where you just... Come on.
Advancing. Reporting. Be right there.
Ready to bake.
You
What'll
just
it be?
immediately just
Moving
take
up.
everybody.
Advancing. Right. Advancing.
And then just... bull charge your way in. Go, go, go. Yep, you just run to the HQ. And if you run far away enough, they don't pursue you. So you just get a free kill. And then that's it. Just let Sarge take care of it. And that's it. That's all you had to do. So yeah, I've speedrun this game just a little bit. A while ago. Same strategy on hard. You can use the same route as easy, but Sarge can only survive a single sniper shot. Yeah, if he gets shot by a sniper more than once, then he's not gonna have enough health to make it all the way through. Because of the guard towers and the choppers. And the sniper targeting logic is random. They just pick a random target. They don't base it based on like who's the most threatening, who has the least amount of health, or anything like that. It's just completely random. So you just have to hope that he doesn't get shot. But I have speedrun this game. Anyway. Damn, it's already been 2 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I don't, the only PS2 mission I can think of with, respawning enemies is the roadblock one. But you might, if you're thinking of like, I mean, it's hard to get them mixed up. But I did make a when I released my custom campaigns add-on, I had a 3-map demonstration campaign, which is like way unbalanced. I didn't make it to be played. Really, I just made it for map authors to look at, poke around with, and stuff. So the balance is all fucked up. These recent missions I've been making for single player, they are with the idea of like actually making a balanced map to play on your own. That's why they're actually better. But the first map was just a standard. I tried to make them like non-standard gameplay too. So the first map is just like standard, like you have a base, but you have to siege the base, except you have like a 40-minute time limit to do it. The second map is where you gotta get through the minefield, but you don't have a minesweeper, so you have to get around based on like context clues. It sounds stupid, but I wanted it. I painted it so like the ground is like painted slightly differently where it's safe. There are props that like point the way if you like follow them, like lines between like sandbags and stuff. Direct lines between sandbags. There's like enemy stuff. 10 units walk where it's safe, so you can like follow them. But yeah, I did several iterations on that concept, and that was I was satisfied with it at that point. But probably still wasn't balanced well enough, considering they I still get people tell me it's too hard, which is like, yeah, fair enough. But then the third map was actually a survival thing where you just build a base and survive all 30 waves. Better Call Saul. Do I have my custom campaign installed? I do. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so like, you don't get a minesweeper, so you have these guys. So like, you have these 10 standing in between these props, so this is where you like start. You can see, I might not have made it well enough, but you can see like, it's lighter where the wheel path is, as opposed to like just dark. It might be easier to see if I actually play the map.
Who's next? Moving. Enemy sighted. Enemy sighted. Reporting.
You can see
Who's
where
next?
it's like lighter where you're supposed to walk.
Enemy sighted.
But like footprints where vague footprints of like, okay, you're supposed to go up left here. You can follow the line of the sandbags, so like up here and then go to the sandbags. Footprint here. You know, you follow the path. Actually, in the dark, it's actually a little bit better to see. You can clearly see the path. This one, I usually have a motorman that you follow. You can't shoot him, which should be an indication, which I guess it wasn't clear enough. I could have probably did a cutscene, but I didn't think of it at the time. But, yeah. "20 FPS because of all the mines." really want to make sure you don't walk off the path. Oh god. Alright, where was this left off at?
Color. He's not gonna do anything. You can't select him. You can't play as him. He's just sort of there as a non-team. We don't want that.
Yeah. Oh god. Could you imagine if my microphone wasn't recording this whole time? Oh, Jesus.
So let's make a new team. Let's call it
Oh
Green
man.
Team. And double click on that. And now we have a team. So let's play Sarge again. He's on leg because he's
What did that say?
again. He's on leg because by default he's the fully black color.
Oh my god, I was playing the what is it called? Umbral Assault mod, and those army men were black. So many times I said I can't go over there. There's like black men over there, and I had to quickly correct it, like black army men that are literally the color black. uh, gee, I wonder why there's no. Gee, I wonder why army men are green and tan. How come they're not any like primary colors like black or yellow or red? And it's like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, racism doesn't exist. We made it up. We're wonderful creatures that hate each other because that's all we do.
And green is something like...
Green is 94, 242, 65. Right? Haha, still got it. 94, 244, 65. Also, pro tip, if you want a color, make the raw color lighter than what you want it to be. Like, you want it to be like tan. Like, tan is, find a good tan color. Like, maybe if you wanted to be like a tan color, you'd pick something like, oh, yeah, here we go, that's the color I want. And you would do it, but then your units are like way dark. Because like the actual texture of the unit is like, the base color is like, if I open it, it's, dude, I can't stop thinking about the Code of the Lamb update. I can't wait for it. Definitely open these up textures. These textures are like gray. They're not like full bright. They're gray. If that makes sense. It probably doesn't make sense, but what I'm saying does. Like, make your team colors very vibrant and saturated to compensate.
This. This. This or this.
Yep, there it is. 94, 242, 65 for green, 252, 194, 107 for tan.
Something like that, maybe.
I just know them by now.
Yeah, close enough. And here we are now. We have a green team. And this guy still isn't going to do anything, so we're just going to remove him.
Yeah.
You can have as many stars as you want.
There's supposed to be the Dark Rain 2 source code. Like in the source code specifically, like the repo for it, it has something which I think is like a unit like tweaking thing where you can like modify units, like you can affect how much health I think you can affect like how much health they spawn in, or you can actively change which team they're on. But the thing is, it only like exists in the source code itself. Like it's not programmed. It doesn't have like any programming in the actual like Dark Rain 2 Studio interface stuff, so I don't know how it works. I'd have to like conjecture based on the source code. A, and then B, it probably doesn't even exist in the Army source code anymore. So not only would we have to like figure it out from scratch, we'd also have to inject it. So yeah, unfortunate, but that could be something that could be worked out in the future. But yeah. Why did I say that? Actually,
Yeah.
What the fuck?
You can win any mission with that. Jeez.
Why did I say that? That's why I'm not a good teacher. Like, why is that relevant?
I only
That just
did one
confuses.
thing. I will add Trap and Scorch, because why not?
But yeah, to change a unit's team, you have to delete it and replace it, which is annoying.
Here's Riff. There's my loyal band of heroes. Ready to fight. Nobody, because we still don't have a second team for them to fight.
Fight their
So
demons.
let's make a new team. 10. You can name these whatever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the name of the team doesn't matter. Only they're only for your own like reference, like in studio and in code. If you make an objective like a code like an objective, and it references the team by name, then it would matter. But you have to like explicitly do that on your own. Like that's not gonna happen naturally. Even with a rule set, like rule sets can reference team by name, but the vanilla rule sets, which is protect HQ and King of the Hill, they don't. So that's only something that you would run into if you're coding custom
How do I make the tan color?
stuff. Yep. There you go.
Close enough.
It's okay. You don't have to use those colors anyway. You want to like my did I use a different color on my front yard map? I think I just used the colors and then yeah, I changed the lighting. Yeah. But you don't have to do that. You don't even have to do green and tan. I mean, the developers didn't even do green and tan. There's a special operation where you play as ants. So
And you can make Sarge on the tan team too if you wanted. Hit the bracket keys before placing it. You get this. That's a little too orangey.
yeah,
Click.
brackets is the period and comma keys. It's the same way you rotate buildings in game from the bulldozer. Which is the tutorial literally tells you how to do it. So I'm always surprised when people don't know how to do it. In the context of in game, like in the studio, I understand, but like in the context of in game, I'm always surprised that people don't know how to rotate their buildings. It's like, bro, go to boot. You gotta go back to boot camp.
Yeah, it's whatever. As far as like structures go, it's important you zip them before playing the map. The shred outline means it's not zipped. It's only partially in the world. It's not attached to the ground. Think it's zipped as like attached. You zip tie it to the ground, I suppose.
Yeah, I'd like to think of it as like
if an
welding.
AI were to play as this team, it would not recognize it as existing.
No, that's not
Although
true.
it would shoot at things at least.
Yeah.
Like if you were to give it the AI, where's an HQ? HQ, it would not acknowledge this exists. It would use its bulldozer to build a second HQ and start building with the second HQ here.
Is that true? I'm pretty sure for towers that's not true. But for facilities specifically, like things that build units. Is that true? I've never done that. Yeah, because I've always zipped my things. Huh. For towers, they should... No, they're... Actually, I can just go ahead and try that out right now. Let's see. I don't know. Attic, whatever. Let's see. Test 1. Probably should... I should just go ahead and get my Switch so that I can see the chat while I'm doing this. But, whatever. Test 1 is the player. So that's Sarge. Test 2 is... So we'll have one that's not zipped. And we'll have an HQ. That. And we'll give it the... Instead of the, default, I'll just give it the, Great Battle AI. It needs a region or else the game will crash. Let's see. I'm actually curious. I'm pretty sure that's not true. I mean, I think the HQ won't build, yeah, but I'm pretty sure it still does get added to the team. Alright, let's see. Structures idle. Did I not zip them? I did, okay. Great battle. Oh, it doesn't have any plastic. Let's see. Okay. It's only building one. I'm stupid again. It's only gonna build one bulldozer, so even if it is recognized, it's only gonna use one of them. I need to use a barracks instead. I know everything about this game, guys, and I am very smart. Okay, let's see. I think if the building isn't zipped, it can't even build anyway. No, it is working.
What? Moving out?
Okay, so the pillbox isn't zipped, and it works, yeah.
Not a problem. Moving out?
Yeah, it does work. Yeah, I was imagining that it would work anyway, because the only thing that zipping it does is just makes it, like, exert its footprint on the ground.
Not a problem.
Which prevents units from walking through it,
Moving out?
and it, welds the cell to its footprint, which is hard to explain, but it's what does that. It's why the bulldozer has to thump before it builds. But yeah. It might build with it. Try to make another, yeah. It might be because the HQ... I'm using a personality instead of a hard-coded base, which is also might be helping with it, because the personality iterates everything and adds it just naturally. But the
Also,
yeah, and the barracks should or the pillbox should be able to shoot regardless if I set us as enemies.
Yeah?
Both sides can shoot. Okay.
so other soldiers and anything else can just walk right through these.
Yeah.
So if you want to have it exist in the world, select it, hold down the control key and the down arrow key. So
Yes.
zip it to the world. Undo, control down.
Yes. You can also do that's not studio. You can also do like control down will zip it, but control up will align it with the grid without zipping it. If you, I don't know why you would want to do that, but you can do that. If you want to make like for example, roads. Roads also have footprints, and they also zip, but they just let units walk over them anyway, so, and if a road occupies these cells and you can't build there, then it also won't be able to spawn blobs there. So if you don't want to deal with all that, you can do that instead. And just, do it without zipping it. The only downside is that shadows won't be cast on top of the road anymore. But, so, you can also do that.
And if you want to like raise it up a bit, hold down the shift. Whoa.
Yeah, shift.
Hold down the shift key and move your mouse cursor up and down.
My throat hurts.
Control also does that if you want. What's that little triangle doing there? What's the purpose of the triangle?
That's a waypoint for it's a waypoint for what is it called? When it builds a unit, it spawns on this waypoint and then exits the building based on another waypoint. Yeah, but they didn't bother to make it like not render because you're not supposed to see it anyway.
Maybe it's a center point.
Kind of, yeah. Pillboxes also have them too, but not for waypoints. They have a that's how the turret works. This is the turret, and this is the barrel of the gun. And as it shoots, it you can literally if I can you can see the triangle facing straight forward. If I did this to enemies, that's the pillbox's gun.
I still zip this?
Yeah, but there's some no, zipping it forces it to be
Yeah,
flat.
I can. Alright, sweet.
But you can, yeah, that's not what I meant, but you know, you can't zip it like at an angle. But yeah, lots of stuff has like geometry that it's just like completely obscured, so they didn't even bother to just like delete the normals or like invert the normals or whatever you would call
Maybe
it.
I wanna... No. And no matter how high or low you have it, the world will adjust so that it fits
Yes.
where it's supposed to. You can hit the upgrade button here if you need to. I think you'll have to delete it if you want to upgrade it.
Yeah. You can Sorry, Sarge. Sarge just keeps getting massacred. It's okay, he likes it. HQ. You can upgrade like this. Did I add a keybind? Yeah, you can press U to upgrade. It's a shortcut. But you delete the whole thing and it deletes all the upgrades. But you can also like click the upgrade itself and delete it specifically. So you can also do that. It's a little bit tricky since you actually have to click on the polygon of the upgrade. So, yeah. That's probably why it's a little bit confusing, but you can just delete the upgrade itself. You don't have to delete the HQ.
Anything else worth mentioning here? Oh, yes, very important. Chinook, very important.
Since posting the video,
There it
yeah.
is. I'm sure it's usable in some mods.
It is, yeah.
You can't place this in the world and order it around. It doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have a dying animation. It just like disappears instantly if it runs out of health.
Yeah. It but yeah, there's transport vehicles were a thing in Dark Reign 2, and the leftover code is still in the game engine, along with ammunition is partially in the game engine.
Drums, if you want those. Gotta zip them too. Whoa. You may need to rezip some things.
Yeah. I don't remember what it is. I don't remember the priority. I think the earliest object gets priority, so it would look like this in game as opposed to the barrel having its footprint superseded. So I think that's how it works. But yeah, but like in game, they are both zipped. Like they both exert themselves, and you can't walk through either of them. So that's something you have to be conscious of.
When you play for real.
Yeah, like this. Like I don't think it would show up like this in game because the barrels was placed after the HQ, so the barrel has like a higher ID than the HQ. Like object Reaper ID, object ID.
How's that?
Yeah.
It's a little bit better. If it's too far off, it'll like unzip it before playing.
Yeah. You can also you can press 1. You can go over here. Make sure I don't think deform has to be selected. Yeah, deform. Raise doesn't matter. But make sure deform is selected. Press space to get the height underneath the building. Press space. Select flat. Make sure raise is not selected. Paint doesn't need to be selected either. And you click that, and it'll. Oh, it's because of the footprint. Okay, unzip it first, and then press spacebar. And then you can get it at the exact same height. Drums. Like that. It's a little pro tip.
Now, before I forget,
Guard tower.
guard towers. You can, again, use the bracket keys to rotate them how you want them before placing it. You can zip multiple objects at once. Oh, no, no, no. Whoa. No. Right-click to deselect.
Yeah, it goes to, you can right-click to deselect? Can I deselect, like, one at a time? No? I mean, obviously you can right-click to unselect everything, but can you unselect one at a time? I don't think you can. No, I don't think so.
Whoa. Hold down Shift to select multiple things, just like in the game, and then zip them together. If you want them to start with barbed wire between them, select either one, hover your cursor over the other one, and hit the L key.
Yeah.
It's not going to work for this guard tower because you can't link it to itself.
Yeah.
Silly goose.
Yeah.
And same goes with barbed wire posts.
I hate barbed wire, they're so hard to click on. In the studio.
Let's do it just a bit more. Of course, you have to zip it before it's going to let you... Yeah, you have to zip both objects before it lets you link them. So, Shift, Control down.
Yeah, any constraints you have on making fences in-game also apply during the studio. So they can't have too great of a height differential, they can't have something obstructing the fence, they can't be too far away, which is it cardinal? I'm looking it up right now. Cardinal directions. Yeah. Okay, so in a cardinal direction, it's 4 tiles apart. Diagonally, it's 3 tiles.
And then L. Look at that. You do both at once if you wanted to. And there we are. There's part of base, if you can call it that. What else can I mention?
It's already got more than the campaigns.
Let's do some regular units. Mines, they have to be zipped like everything else. There's an unzipped mine in a Mission 6 cutscene, no less. It's shown in the cutscene. So in
What?
the Colonel is explaining he can't send reinforcements until all the AA guns are destroyed. The AA gun that's shown has an unzipped mine right there next to it.
Is that unzipped? Is it? Oh, XD. Nice job, guys. Well, I mean, that's just I guess it's just a PSA. Just because the building isn't zipped doesn't mean it doesn't still function. It will kill you, so... Actually, will it? It's not a glitch. Will it do the mechanic where it instant kills you if you're standing on it? I wonder.
Not because it's too close. You can do that with the editor if you want.
I wonder.
Let me show you real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Zip those bad boys, and they will work. That's what.
I mean, I know the mine will trigger, yeah, but okay, first things first. You showed me something that I didn't know, or I probably just forgotten about it. I'll be honest. But alright, here's something you didn't know in studio. In Mission 3, you come over here, like you have this. This is where the Chinook flies over. This stuff isn't zipped because it doesn't need to be. A lot of stuff isn't zipped because it looks better that way. Like, these rocks are zipped. Well, these ones aren't zipped because they don't need to be. They don't have to be aligned to the grid. They look better this way. But anyway, here's the alley where the Chinook flies over. Here's the 2 grunts. Your units don't exist, they're actually spawned in. But did you know that over here, out of bounds, there's just a tan Chinook with units, just unused. Tag, all the objective code is just gone, but there are some leftover tags that maybe suggest they were meant to, like perhaps earlier, either Chinooks actually were meant to transport units like natively, or like actually with like in-game engine stuff, but or they could have just like faked it with just like spawned them directly or anything. But anyway, there's just an unused tan Chinook over here. I think it gets deleted as soon as you start the game, or it might fall off the map or something. Maybe because it's out of move block region. Does move block? Oh, this map doesn't even have them. Have move block regions. Nice. But there's an unused Chinook over there. That's cool. But that's not what's the coolest thing. The coolest thing is that if we go over here, is there another Chinook? No, there's not another Chinook. But there are tan heroes just hanging out of bounds over here. And these ones do still exist at the start of the game. I don't think they're... I think they're cinematic tan, so they don't actually have any team affiliation. But they're just over here. Who knows why? Null team heroes and several levels. Yeah, they went tan. I don't think insta-kill. We've seen insta-kill. Yeah, I've actually used the insta-kill. Like I've purposely done it in multiplayer. Yeah.
It's too close. This one won't cooperate. Too close to the HQ. Nope, now it works.
I don't know.
No, these will all function when you start.
Yeah.
And you can tie them with barbed wire too if you want.
Yeah, things can zip next to each other. They can exist next to each other. The reason the bulldozer can't build them next to each other is probably so that their footprints don't conflict. Like they need at least one cell of space between each other. So that we were messing with the drums earlier, so that the bulldozer can't do that willingly.
Here's a medic. These start pre-zipped. They'll just
well, they're not zipped, but yeah, basically they align themselves
so
automatically.
They start in the grid.
Mm-hmm.
Use the bracket keys again to change position. Whoa. No, I don't think you're winning this battle now, Sarge. Unless you want some pillboxes.
I mean, we could just ignore the medic.
Zip. Whoa. Alright, that works.
Yeah. I don't know how they assume which cell is, like,
there's sandbags if you want them.
closest
You
or
can
something.
having those a lot.
Yeah.
You gotta zip those two, though. Not fit there? There we go.
Yeah, I think I
Hey,
should
Vicky.
go through the,
There she is.
keybinds first, because there's keybinds that
Alright, I
probably
think I've
aren't
actually
known.
kind of
Like the
forgot to
eyedropper.
talk about teams the entire time, so let's do that now.
Yes.
Everything about teams. Here we go. So you double click on the thing and it tells you its name. You set the color you want its units to appear as. Let's run down with these real quick. Default client. This will determine if it's going to be played as in single player or not. So
Yes.
all the green teams are default client in all the campaign and great battles. You know, you have to have at least one. You have to have exactly one default client. If you have multiple, the game won't know what to choose, freak out, and crash.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you can have multiple default client. It's gonna crash. Or it should crash. I assume it would, but the studio like naturally only lets you have one at a time. Like if you make another team the default client, it'll like undo that setting for the previous team that had it. So you're not going to encounter that if you're just using the studio. But I mean, if you're like tweaking game.cfg like manually, you might accidentally do that. Yeah. It doesn't surprise me if it crashes.
If you don't have any, it won't know what to do, freak out, and crash. So if you're making a...
Only for your patch studio? It's what... If it is, that might be. It's not something I patched in. I think even Dark Run 2 does it. But...
Great battle style map, then the team you want the player to play as, in this case the green team, what's this pose you guys are doing?
They don't have a default pose, or their pose... The paratroopers models are really like weird and unfinished. It's hard to explain, but their like default idle pose isn't like made correctly. A lot of units have that error. Minesweepers and Bullseye also have that same error, where like you'll like go off screen and then come back to them, and he's like just like stuck in an idle pose because his default like standing pose isn't made correctly. In fact, I don't think Minesweepers even have an idle pose at all, or a default pose at all. But they have to, because that's not possible. It's probably just not done correctly. Anyway.
The team you want the player to play as has to be the one marked default client.
So it crash, like I don't doubt that it doesn't, or I don't doubt that it would crash if you have more than one default client. I'm just saying that if you only use the like studio natively, it shouldn't happen.
Next available player. This determines if it's available to the player or not in multiplayer matches.
Yeah.
So if you have maybe a neutral and hostile to everybody team of ants in a multiplayer map, you don't want them to be available to the player, but everybody else should.
Something to note about this is that if a team isn't available to the player in multiplayer, then that team will always exist during the map. If the team is available to the player and that player has that team, then they exist, obviously. But for example, if you have like 4 teams and only 2 players, if the team is available to the player and a player doesn't own that team, then that team doesn't exist when you launch the map. And so, for example, if you have units like pre-placed manually on the studio to a team that is available to the player, but that team is unused, then that team doesn't exist, and those units don't have a team anymore. They'll be the neutral like pink color. So that's something to be aware of.
Has stats. This might be just for debug.
Has stats is whether or not it shows up on the debriefing screen. Basically, just for multiplayer. If you have a team that like for example, if I open up Dum Dum Frenzy, the crates team does not show in debriefing. And if I play this, no, I can't play it because it'll crash with default AI. Shit. God damn it. But yeah, oh my god. But you know what I mean, like on the results screen it shows like each player how many kills and losses and how much resources they spent. If the has flag is cleared, then they do not show up on that result screen, even if they're like player controlled. That's what has stats does. So that's I think it. I'm not sure. I'd have to test, but I think it might also make them like not contribute to players like total kill counts. You know, like if you kill a unit on a team that doesn't have stats, that has the stat clad, that has the flag cleared, it might not count. I think that's how it worked. Although that might be on a per unit like specific basis, because I know there's a a unit-specific flag for that, but I don't know if and it's called the same thing, like has that. So I'd have to
Personally, couldn't tell the difference
I'd have to figure that out.
if it was enabled or not. Let me look at my spreadsheet real quick. Who's messaging me? I can't even tell. My Wi-Fi's out. Cool.
Yeah, the
Oh, I can't look at the spreadsheet, can I? Because the Wi-Fi's freaking out. Yeah, it's okay. I'll revisit that here in a sec.
Oh, it's like a Google Doc or something.
Can't have nice local things. Everything has to be in the cloud now.
No Wi-Fi.
Pay money.
Ethernet master race.
Requires AI. Same thing. I couldn't tell the difference of whether or not.
Requires AI is okay, requires AI is a little bit complicated. If you're making a multiplayer map, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. It's very important for single player maps. And even then, it only matters for like the I think it only matters for the actual player themselves. It might matter for other computers or like computer controlled teams like TAN. But what it does is if I just open up just some like mission 6, like TAN has these trails. These trails, like execute these scripts, it grabs this tag and moves them on this trail, or it'll spawn a unit at, or it grabs these units from this base and moves them on the trail, or for example in mission 5, it spawns units from a region and moves them somewhere else or to a trail and all that. If the requires AI flag is set on, then those scripts will move units even if those units belong to a player. So normally the player can like move his units around just like on his own.
Not a problem.
This.
On moving out.
But with that flag set on, then you can also have the script move the units manually.
Sarge here. Not a
Even,
problem.
like without the player's input. That's how like for example, if I watch this cutscene, okay, wrong mission. Like at the end of this cutscene, they spawn here and they walk up here. Like normally they can't do that on their own. They can only accept orders from the player. But if the requires AI flag is on, then the units, or if the requires AI flag is set on, then you can manually do that with a script and tell units to go without player input. Another thing it affects for some reason, you can open up the AI debug panel, because that's the only tool we have. You can see objectives and stuff, see like what active objectives they have. If the required AI flag is cleared and it's a human team, then the AI debug panel doesn't work, obviously, and you can't see the objectives. So that's like a side effect. Also, so get out of the way. But the like I said, I think that only applies for player-controlled teams. I think if a team doesn't have a player assigned to it, multiplayer or otherwise, well, in multiplayer that team just doesn't exist anymore, obviously. But in single player, I think it can always do that regardless of that flag. I'm pretty sure.
What changed when this was enabled and otherwise? Because this seems to work regardless if you have this enabled or not.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the actual persona that the team has.
Plastic electricity determines your starting plastic.
Actually, I wonder. It's just something I want to test. If I give myself set required AI and give myself a personality, will the personality actually work? No. Okay. Okay. So the personality can't take control of your units, but you can move them with scripts.
Plastic electricity.
Which is what the requires AI does.
Region. in multiplayer matches, this will determine where Sarge and the Bulldozer start, and also the starting camera otherwise.
Yes.
Regardless if it's going to be played by it as a player at any point or not, I recommend setting a starting region for every team.
Yes.
Otherwise, it may crash on load when you.
Yeah, AI bases specifically that like build buildings and build units instead of just like manually spawning them. They want somewhere to like operate from, and if you don't explicitly like tell them which like point on the map to use or like region, then they just assume the region of the base of the team itself, which is what that is. And if it doesn't have anywhere at all, then yeah, it crashes.
Play the mission, and it also crashes when you try to load it in the editor, which means you're kind of just locked out of the map from the editor until you can fix it from.
I counted a glitch one for the default persona with active on the default client and never managed to recreate it. I could maybe. I just wanted to know if it was just like possible just with like doing it, you know? I'm sure you could like maybe like trick the game or like brute force it, but I was interested if requires AI allowed that to happen or not.
From the code itself.
But yeah, the start region also determines your initial camera, which I gave support for in my studio. If you click on the region, it'll jump you to the camera that you get when you start the map, including the camera angle. So if I set it to like 144, and then click done to apply the change, now I can jump, and this will be the camera angle. If I play the map, see?
So I urge you just pick a region, anywhere, any size, if for all teams that exist in your map. Angle, I think that's the direction they're pointing when
Yeah, that's the camera angle.
Sarge and his Bulldozer in multiplayer.
No. Sarge and the Bulldozer always face they face towards the center of the map. So, and there's only like 4 cardinal directions they can spawn in. So basically, the map is like split up into 1, 2, 3, 4 triangles. If the region, the center of the region, like this yellow triangle, if it's in this quadrant, they spawn facing down. If it's in this quadrant, they spawn facing right, and so on. And that also affects AI. AI's orientation, they try to align themselves with facing the compass direction towards the center of the map. That's why you can have 2 AI bases here and here, and even though they both face north, they build their buildings slightly different because they're technically skewered in 2 different angles.
Maps. Default AI. This is the default AI it will use.
What angle is north should be 0. Like for the camera angle specifically, north is 0. I also added little indicators. See, so you can get an angle based on this notch right here is west. This notch is south, so 180. It's full 360 degrees. And like 90 is a 90-degree turn, so, and it's counterclockwise. Wait, so I added notches and all that. But for camera angle, 0 degrees is north. You had that, yeah.
If played by a bot. We only have 2 options: Great Battle and Default. Default, I'm very sure, is what's used in multiplayer matches.
Yes. Default is for multiplayer. GB is personas you can code them. This isn't important, but personas can be explicitly coded so that multiplayer doesn't use them. And GB is explicitly told don't use this in multiplayer, so that Great Battles can specify they want to use GB. You know what I mean? They can have a persona. The difference between default and GB is default is the multiplayer AI. It actually builds stuff like and upgrades and everything. GB, it builds units and it attacks with waves, but it doesn't upgrade any of its buildings once they're lost, and it it only wants to like maintain one of each building. So you can spawn them with like 4 barracks, and they're all upgraded, and they'll use them from the start. But once they're all gone, it'll only rebuild one of them, and it won't even upgrade it. Could have like slightly modified default persona to be less exploitable in multiplayer. Yeah, I've made a lot of custom AIs. I want to get back to do that. That might be something I could do, maybe like Friday or something. Like make Minesweeper's assaults. Yeah, the default AI is understandably it's pretty weak. It's really like not passive, but it's like really like timid. It doesn't want to get into too dangerous of a situation, and it's also pretty dumb. And I can understand, like I fully agree, like from the perspective of like a PvP mode, being able to have computer players in it is like good, but again, in the context of PvP, players should never be losing to the computer player. Like they should only ever have to worry about each other, you know? Like PvE is different. Like 2 versus 6 computer players, that's kind of different. That's kind of something that was also always my stance with like the stuff like the advanced mod. Like getting the computer player to like actually play really well is intensive, and like it requires a lot of like specific setup, but it's possible and it works pretty well. The computer and like is really tough, but the thing is like, you know, it's very defensive. It has the resources to spare. Yeah. The reason why the AI is so like passive and defensive is because they the way they try to find like targets that they want to attack, they have just like, I don't know, I don't fully know how it works. I don't know, but they have like, it calculates like the squads like what is I don't know, you would call it like attack power. I don't know if it's based on like how much damage they can do, how much health or whatever, or how much health like the target has or whatever. But then they can like multiply the result by a certain offset to like make them more or less aggressive. And the default AI multiplies them very low by like 0.2, 0.5, so they're very low. That's why they only rarely ever attack like lone towers or like depots and shit like that.
This is actually set to none for, I believe, all campaign and raid battles, as it uses its objective system as an AI.
Yeah.
It gives it instructions to use instead of some sort of artificial intelligence that plays.
Yeah. I mean, they're technically the same thing. It's just that Persona is like a self-contained like archive of it.
Fixed side. I'm not really sure what this refers to, but it determines whether or not you are given a bulldozer and Sarge when the map is loaded up.
Yeah, I don't know why it's called fixed side either. I really wasn't willing to change too much of the terminology, but fixed side is, yeah, that's exactly it. It pretty much it doesn't apply to multiplayer, but it's pretty much only used for multiplayer. And if the side is fixed, then they only get what you explicitly give them through the studio. If the side isn't fixed, then they get that in addition to whatever they or they get that in addition to spawning a sergeant bulldozer at their starting region, depending on their side. If they don't have a starting region, then they don't get it regardless.
So obviously you want this enabled for every multiplayer player in a multiplayer map.
Mm-hmm.
This determines whether it's army or insect. Funny enough, I think it's mission 14. The ants team is marked as army, so
yeah. The side is it's a leftover, like It's a holdover from Dark Reign 2, which genuinely had two different factions to play from. Like, just completely different armies and completely separate units and, like, construction trees and everything. In Armyman RTS, there's basically only the army. The insect has a defined side, but it doesn't spawn with any units regardless if it's fixed or not.
I don't know. This may be useless.
It is useless, basically. Unless you add custom sides, which is out of the scope.
I don't know. Okay, next. Enable filtering. If you enable this, it tells the game, oh, like for a campaign map, the player should be locked out of certain units for this mission. So, like, you know, in Mission 6, Mission 4, you're limited to what you can build because you haven't unlocked it all yet. So, for, let's say, Mission 4, you unlock AA guns because choppers are introduced that mission. So you can only build AA gun, barbed wire, barracks, bazooka men, but not a bombing run.
Yeah.
You don't even have radio operators yet. Bullseye is there. Let's say bulldozer. You can of course build a bulldozer, but if Bullseye was an option to build, he would be filtered out.
Mm-hmm.
Just every army unit.
Going about filtering for too long. Yeah.
Whether or not it's buildable.
Yeah, a lot of stuff that I went through and I made the filtering a little bit. Damn. A bit better. My studio thing. Only units that are actually constructible should show up. And it's a blacklist, not a whitelist, so if you make a custom unit, it'll also show up here, regardless if it's buildable, because I can't assume that. And I improved these. This works the same way. Anything that is selected can be built. So if you only want to build army men and exclude insects, you know, in case they like have a they ever get a anthill for some reason, a nursery for some reason, then you can filter them. Maybe you want to exclude mines, so there you go. This will exclude the mines, the mine layer, and it should exclude the... Okay, no, the minesweeper is classified under an infantry unit. Yeah. Yeah, I classified them based on what they're built from. So Army Men is just all the Army Men. Airstrikes is the airstrikes, plus the radio operator. Mine is all the mines, plus the mine layer. Infantry is the infantry, from everything that gets built from the barracks. Vehicles is everything that gets built from the garage, except for the mine layer, which is under mines. Facilities is everything that the bulldozer builds, and the bulldozer. And then the economy is just the resource depot and the dump truck. God, I might... You know what? I should have a soda in here. If I can back up. I hate... My chair is on wheels, but my wheels are on carpet. So it's a very fun task getting out of the chair. Do I have... I don't have a BRB. Just BRB real quick. Everything I come back to, yeah. Dude came back right as I got up and left. That's nice. soda ASMR. I don't know if it's like noise gated or not, but oh man. Yeah. Let's watch this. Not waste
So
time.
we want to mark things for like, if this was mission 4 campaign. We want to give the grenadiers grunts, but not glue bombs just yet. That's for mission 6. A garage, food deposit. I think that's ant related.
Yeah, it's an
We
unused
want the user to be able to build dump trucks, but not dum-dums.
food deposit is an unused building for the ants. It's just it uses the same model as the nursery, but it's just an unused thing. It still has an entry in the language key though, so food deposit. So if you name a unit food deposit, it will get or if you use the food deposit building, it will be displayed correctly in other languages. But it's just an beta unit, I guess you could call it. I don't know what it would have done. Maybe it would have been like the ants version of a economy.
Guard towers, half tracks, HQs, but definitely not a magnifying glass. And you get it. I'll just turn off filtering. This will now allow everything. Let's give this team some plastic, electricity. I know I did say you have to give it a region, so I should show you how to do that real quick. Hit the 5 button on your keyboard, draw a box, just hold down the left mouse button, drag and drop, not drag and drop, drag and draw, I guess, the size you want, give it a name, snap, create. And now we have a region for the green team. Let's give one for tan also. It could be any size. Name 2. Snap. Create. I guess you might want your units in here. The 2 key. The 5 key. There we go. Good enough. So,
Oh man, it's finally snowing.
pick region. Name. Okay.
I keep having to get away because of the mucus. I don't know why. I know allergies are a thing, but like, is it still allergies if it's too cold? Because it's finally snowing after global warming. And it's cold. And it's horrible. I love the human body. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh,
Okay.
it disgusted me.
Once more for tan. We don't give them plastic. They haven't been nice. Name 2. Okay.
Yeah, fuck them.
You should probably give it more descriptive names than this. Like tan start, green start, or
Yeah.
bombing run spawn. I don't know. That's probably something for mission 5.
There are regions for Mission 5 which determine where bombing runs are sent in case of a game over during the timer. Yeah.
And I think I have one more thing to cover. Objectives. This determine how the game ends, or give it instructions on how to operate.
There's to be a custom map where the primary enemy is the blue army, not the tan. Well, not the primary enemy. I did make a custom map where you fight blue team. So, self-plug. Go check it out.
I saw some for mission 11 that gave instructions on how to, not only the tan on how to operate for that round, but the ants. Wait this much amount of time in intervals. After the time is up, send a wave of enemies toward where the green base should be. Let's make an ally for the tan team.
Sure, what was the map name? It was, I can't show it on stream because I am a moderator on the forum, and if I open the forum, I will see IP addresses. Let's see. Just wait, there'll be a blue team in the tutorial, not an enemy though. Hey, Simple Flip's uploaded. Oh god, Vinny. Your videos. Can we just, form incognito? Sure. Don't look at my browsing history, you're being weird. Under new maps, the form, I have the form linked in the description. New maps. It's mostly, for most of the game's lifespan, we've just made multiplayer maps, but I've started easing into, single player. But, I've made a few single player missions. So has, right. Dum Dum Frenzy 4 multiplayer, that's already a multiplayer map. Or is it just the Dum Dum Frenzy map, but without the Dum Dums? Okay. Ants, Ants, Ants is the latest one I made, which is, the ant,
Where do you want it? Row!
ants come and you gotta survive. Oh man. That's a multiplayer map. A quick skirmish is one that I just made, which is a really small, confined map, where it's just like a great battle, where you have a base and there's a tan, so go kill them. I guess the only like gimmick, quote unquote, that I did for this map is the fact that you don't get any heroes, you only get a bulldozer. And it's really small, so it's like a real skirmish, where it's like you have to actively like go in, and even if you only have like one guy, you know. But that's Bea Toys. This is the one that I was talking about with the it's sort of a spoiler, but I mean I developed it in completely on stream in like 10 parts. This is the one where I talk about I get mad because it's like not working. Why is it not working? While making the cutscene. Yeah. There's the playlist, which is all 10 parts. I think it's at least 2 hours each. It's definitely more like 4 or like 3 or 4 hours each part. So 10 streams, that's like 20 hours of just work on this one map. Although most of it is maybe like a good like 20% of it. It's just like either playing the map or just like talking to the chat, you know what I mean? Would tan versus blue, no green be theoretically possible? Yeah. You can, the color of the team is just for the lore, quote unquote. You know, you don't, no team has to be any color. You can make them the same color if you really want to. You know, visual clarity be damned. Or you could just make any color you want, you know, red versus green, orange versus black, brown versus like purple. You can do anything you want. I like quick skirmish. It wasn't hard, but with how cramped it was, it felt harder. Yeah. Green Civil War. Yeah. But yeah, this map is just like I made this just to like, because again, there's not a lot of resources for how to use the studio, and I'm having trouble just like write. If I knew what to write, I would do it, but I don't know what to write, and I'm having trouble with like coming up with what to write. So I kind of did this to help. I made this entirely from scratch on stream. But yeah. For people that like haven't viewed, don't care about how it's made, they just want to play it. It's kind of just like a like a surprise at the end. Like, by the way, blue team is here too. Isn't the color tan a corrupting force lore-wise? You become either your flesh becomes tan. It's complicated. According to the original games like Army Men 2, or Toys in Space, the tan, you aren't, what you are doesn't determine like what color you are. It's actually like the opposite, where like what color you are is how you are. Like the first, like literally the first manual, Zen Ivan made a great video. It's okay if I make a typo. Google will understand. It's very accommodating. He goes through the manual. He talks about the manual, but yeah, in the manual of the first Army Man game, Sarge is just like straight up.
That's what.
Sarge is just like straight up, just completely racist. Like, yeah, tan are just evil, and they're just like that, and so they're better off if they all die. It's like, okay, they're better off being dead. Like, okay, all right, Sarge. Not my Sarge. But that was like the lore at the beginning, and then as it went on, it kind of got like strange. I think Army Men RTS is actually the first game where a toy soldier actually like changes what color they are. For Blintz, he actually becomes tan. They don't explicitly say why he became tan, but it's I probably shouldn't click that on stream. But it doesn't say why he becomes tan, but but at the end of the cutscene, at the end of the mission 15 cutscene, Sarge says, "Let's see if we can't peel that paint off of him." So it's supposed to be like he like painted himself tan. And then there's also Sarge's War, where not Major Mylar, that's Army Man 2, but I made that mistake a lot when I was playing the game. But Major Malice, I forget if he's a major, but Malice, Lord Malice, I guess. He is a green, so spoiler, he's a green captain, and when he gets left for dead, the tan like save him for some reason. Why? I don't know. I guess the tan aren't evil incarnate like racist Sarge led us to believe. But and then he is tan later, but Sarge pulls off his mask and he's like green underneath, so he's like melted. I don't know, maybe he's like, I don't know if he's like reconstructed to be tan. That is a good, the lore is not very concrete, and it's like, it depends on who's writing it that day, you know? It's one of those situations. So you can make up your own answer, but generally it's the opposite. Tan corrupting fourth, I don't know. Anyway, get ready for, I'm sorry to ignore you, but get ready for On the Ground 3. Hello, Rahi. Welcome to the stream. I'm just watching this video, providing a live reaction. Live slug reaction.
Tan ally. Now it's like a green ally. Blue team.
This is the old studio, so I assume he doesn't have a developer console at this point, so he might talk about changing team affiliation in the CFG itself, so I can go over that.
You can't set relationships in the editor, unfortunately.
I literally paused right before he said it. Are you kidding me?
Annoying, I know.
Well, you can now with the developer console. Control F10. Control F10 is the actual keybind, like in the source code, but I added another one in Studio specifically for just F10, just FYI. But team, period. Set relation both way, rather than just a one-way team, or one-way relationship, or one-sided, I should say. You can enter team 1, team 2, And you can make them allies, you can make them enemies, you can make them neutral. And of course you have to save the map after you do that. And yeah, so now you can do it entirely in the studio now with the console. See, we're back to neutral again. They don't slaughter Sarge anymore. Yeah, recorded. It was September.
Blue start. Whoops, I created a team. What was I thinking? Blue start. Excuse me, snap create.
Nice.
Now we have a blue team. Let's give it a blue color. How's that?
Being able to do it in the dev console is nice, yeah. And just having a console. I mean, it's not a real... It's technically not the real console. It's,
Now we have a blue team.
The multiplayer chat window, which pushes... It takes your input and pushes it as a console command. So, I hijacked it into, the way it works is the multiplayer chat window, and there's it does, it prefixes your message with this console command. And so I hijacked it to prefix it with a space like that, which effectively means it pushes the command like that. That was an invalid command, but you know what I mean. So technically this is a multiplayer chat window, but just hijacked to act as a console. Yeah, to get full console functionality, David has to figure it out in source code. Even as it is now, it's still not like complete. Like, you're supposed to be able to like enter variables. The console doesn't spew anything. It doesn't tell you anything. Like if I type help, it just doesn't give you anything. It's supposed to, but it's like commented out in the code or something. So that's something David has to see if he can figure out. I mean, David doesn't have to do anything. He gave us the studio, and that's all he needed.
Then to be an
If he wants to drive off into the sunset now,
ally
he can
for
do
the
that.
green team if we wanted.
I mean, we spent all this time working with Les.
I think everyone starts as neutral to each other.
Anyway, I'm talking over him.
Now we have a blue team, and we can set them to be an ally for the green team if we wanted. I think everyone starts as neutral to each other.
Yeah.
Let's add some blue people.
I'm thinking again of like, I would be a really bad person to explain this because I'm thinking of like, there's technically a fourth affiliation, which is only used in multiplayer. And I'm thinking I wanted to say that, but at the same time, you don't need to know that. That just confuses everything.
Hit the 2 key again.
It's an enemy human.
What do you want to give them? Grenaders, good idea. Right click to deselect what we already have open. Oh, that's not a pretty blue anymore. It's kind of a pale blue.
Yeah.
Oh well. Now we just have an absurd number of grenaders.
Yep. Remember, you want to make your team colors bright and saturated to accommodate not only for the dark texture of the unit, like the model, but also for like the map's lighting. Like the default lighting sucks. I don't know why it's like that, but that's what the default lighting is.
They're going to hopefully take out these medics with us. And you can just click the team you want to select before placing down.
They have they have sergeants, but they have
whoever.
4 bazooka men. We don't gotta worry.
Otherwise, we place some more blue stuff. Do you want to save this? Sure, let's save this. Whoa. Why?
Nice. Yeah, you can add a new folder, by the way, just FYI.
So is it gonna let me play this, or is this just gonna crash immediately?
It should work, yeah.
Oh, it works. So we don't have any.
Yes, sir.
So we set green as the default client, so we control the green team.
Sir.
We have a pretty big map, and it's basically empty. You can see on the map there that tan and blue team appear as this teal color. That it means they're neutral. They don't belong to anyone. And as such, they won't attack us, but we can't see where they are either.
Melting. Melting.
Report right away.
Okay, versus energy. It's a really deep green color, isn't it?
Yeah. Of course, particle effects like the bubbles and the splat of plastic aren't affected by lighting, so they only use the raw team color, which is why they're so much like brighter than the actual units. Melting plastic ASMR, yeah.
Okay, what's going on? I can still see this.
Who's next?
Oh, Vicky. Sorry, I
Got
didn't see
it.
you there. Forgot about you. Oh, they will move out of
Got
the way
it.
from me if I wanted them to.
Yeah.
On my
Go
way.
there. Oh, I can see the minds of a neutral team too.
Mhm.
It's rush hour, baby.
I mean, you'll see them if it's an enemy too, because they don't have time
Yeah?
to cloak.
Got it.
This mine won't trigger me. Trigger on me. Excuse me. Some plastic from melting down the pillboxes.
I actually want to include this step too. I remember way back when I was messing around with Duke 3D. What's his name? Ken Silverman, I think. Wrote a had just like a quick like build engine how to, and one of the first things he does, like even before like explaining what everything does, is he just has you just make like a blockout map and put a spawn point, and then just tells you to like just like load it and run it around. And that shit like works. Like that is really exciting. The map can be completely empty, but the fact that you made it and it's working and you're playing it, like that is really exciting. So I'm definitely writing a guide with like that step in it.
I think there's a bug
What'll it be?
where you can move your units off the
Got
map.
it.
Yeah, that's an engine bug. Fun fact, that bug, I don't know if it's a bug or not, but that was introduced in Armament RTS. Dark Reign 2, that doesn't happen. So that's cool.
And they just sort of die if you do that. Let's test that out real quick.
They don't even die, they
I did
just
accidentally as a kid. I moved my chopper off the map. Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah.
They don't come back. I deselected them.
Yeah, they despawn completely, or they like unload. I don't know if it counts as a loss or not. I'm pretty sure it doesn't count as them dying. But that's, you always want to prevent the units from reaching the end of the map, whether that's through cell textures, which have their own traction, or with movement blocking regions, which is most likely what you need to do in order to make it for choppers.
Who's next? On my way.
And if you add a unit that doesn't belong to any team, they'll also be neutral.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I wonder if they're even neutral, because I think even neutral, if you have a group of neutral players here, or units here, and if you manually kill one, like I have a mod that lets you manually target things, including friendly units or otherwise, or you can get them like collateral, like for example the mine exploit we were talking about before. Although I think that counts as a self-destruct, not a kill. But anyway, if you kill a neutral unit, then the other ones will react and run away. I think even if they're not associated with a team and they're all pink, I think they don't even run away. I think. I don't have the thing installed, so I can't retest it.
Let's set some relationships. I'll be right back.
Either way. Advanced combat, right?
Okay, this isn't a tutorial for how to change the config files, but I will show this real quick. The game.config file. Okay, here we are.
I mean, the microphone sounds fine. I have a bunch of, where's my microphone? I have a bunch of filters on mine. So, like, my, like, raw microphone input is not very good.
Nope, not that one. Yeah, here we go.
Notepad plus beloved. Hey, yours looks like a chalkboard or something. Mine looks like this. Yeah, it's cool. I use white text on a black background just because, I don't know. Oh, you turned it up in editing. I see. That makes sense. Yeah. But when my hard drive was like failing and I had to like reinstall it reinstall Windows every like few months, I didn't bother like setting up like actual like a color scheme or anything. Like I have my computer as flexible as default Windows is without like, you know, maxed out high contrast in Notepad++. Yeah. I don't know.
There's the lighting. Here we are. Blue
But I like light text on a dark background.
team, tan.
I mean, clearly you can see I have everything set to dark mode.
And green team. Blue team is an
I just got used to it.
ally to itself. You can set it to an enemy in itself. It'll do wonky things if you want.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. In fact, I think half-tracks I think are the only unit that can actually like shoot itself. Actually. If I that's not right. That's not right, but that works. Damn.
Fall in.
Okay, who's next?
Sarge here. Yeah, moving up.
Come on. Can I set it like this? Does this work?
Sarge here.
Okay, I probably have to... I can't see my own vision because I'm an enemy, so I have to rely on my allies' vision.
Unit lost.
Oh no, what have you done? Okay, let me try that again.
Fall in. Not a problem.
Need something?
Okay, Sarge, get away from here.
Call it! We're under attack!
Yeah, see? Because his turret is actually able to point far away from his origin,
Call it!
that he can actually like shoot himself. I think this is the only unit that can do that. If I go back to the Sarges,
Sarge
Call it!
Fall in. Moving out.
you saw they but they just
Unit
execute
lost.
that guy, but yeah, they just spin around, they can't aim it themselves. But the half-track can. So, just fun fact.
This has the side effect of not being able to see your own units to select them. Because if you are an enemy to yourself, then you can't see where enemies are without an ally there.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that. I thought you could always have your own vision, but that makes sense. Yeah.
So let's set the ally to the green team and enemy to the tan team. Okay then. Yes.
Nice. Bro's not an administrator on his own computer.
I had the game in my...
yeah, if the game's running, it might be like accessing it, and you can't like modify the file.
Windows drive in the program files 86 folder, so it's really protective
files.
of this.
Yeah,
And we also have to do
just
vice versa,
classic
because
Windows.
otherwise the blue team will attack the tan team, and the tan team can't fight back.
Mhm.
Despite being injured by them, the game doesn't know they're an enemy. So let's do that.
Yeah, you can have one-sided relationship, which
tan.
is interesting, but also, or like weird, but it also is.
Here we are.
I don't know. I can't think of any
Green
reason you would
team
want
and
that,
the blue
but
team are enemies.
you can do that.
And let's do the same for green before we forget. Enemy.
What? Okay.
Alright, save that. Open the thing. Load your map.
Oh, really? That works.
I called
didn't
mine Y. And here we go. Just as we remember it.
Did you? Okay. Did you add the music in post? Or? Because I said before, it's like someone's playing the game at like max volume from like the other house. Like there's a rave party going on 2 blocks down.
It's beautiful, I know. I should put this into some sort of award ceremony, see what they think about it.
But yeah, unfortunately, I've gone over this a few times. The sound engine or whatever that like, or the functionality that actually plays music isn't like initialized or like loaded during studio. So it just, you can't have music natively running in game in the studio. You can just like use like Windows Media Player or something. But, yeah,
This is pretty cool.
unfortunate.
Let's play some more barbed wire. I want to show you something real quick. Army.
Oh yeah?
Barbed wire fence post. Let's place some barbed wire for the green team right here.
I think they can
Don't
connect.
forget to
I think
zip
you
it.
can force them to connect even if they're not the same.
Now, we can't link barbed wire with opposing teams.
You can't?
You select this, you zip it, you hover over the tan post,
Does it
hit
block
the
it?
L key,
Mm.
and it's, yeah.
I think, I'm pretty sure if you have 2 fences and you give one fence to another player through comms, regardless of like an enemy even, I think the fence stays connected. I think it does.
Exactly. Failed. The connecting walls must be in allied teams.
Yeah, there's like a lot of there's a few edge cases where fences can sometimes behave in unintended ways.
Also, it's off-center. It won't let me zip it, as you probably assumed.
Well, now it is, yeah.
Same problem, because, you know.
Now it's correct. Yeah.
But if we take the blue team here, I just set them to be allies. You were paying attention, right?
Yeah, you can connect with your allies, even in
If you
game,
try to link these together, it's totally fine with it.
in multiplayer.
Oh, the green team or the blue team are allies. It's no problem if we link them together. And once the game is open, I can select the green barbed wire, click this, and you know it'll unlink it for me. It'll toggle it. Zoom up a bit here. If I whoopsie daisy,
I know, I
leave it
hate
off-center
clicking barbed
here.
wire.
It's at a bad angle now. The angle between the walls is not a link. Kind of a weird way to phrase it, but you know.
Yeah.
Let's set the rule set to protect HQ, just so you can see it. You have to save this before playing it, otherwise it'll discard all your progress.
You can hold, even in the old studio, you could hold Control and S to do a
It
quick
loads it
save.
from the file, not the game. So let's play this. Get ready. Oh, those poor Sarges!
The grenades are just gonna nuke the hell out of them, yeah.
They're no match for my 30 allied grenaders.
Oh, Vicky's gonna die.
We've got company.
Vicky,
Oh no, Vic wasn't paying attention.
Base under
My
attack.
base is under attack, guys.
Portal Runner is cancelled.
Thought it wouldn't.
So,
Building
inside.
one.
Oh my god,
Lost.
it's loud.
Alright.
Dex cannot heal fast enough.
Yeah, get him.
Lost.
Affirmative.
We're under attack. Huh?
We're 69 POV.
This is loud. I'm sorry.
Say they're like 5 to 6 times, yeah. I mean, it's not only good practice, because the studio can and will crash sometimes, but also, or just, yeah, always save, always save, always
Don't
save.
have an HQ.
Scorch is gonna die.
Nice going, you Scorch.
Man down!
Wow. You're making me mad losing all your heroes. I'm gonna have to write an angry comment. Trap just going to town?
Let's wait this time around just for that.
Really?
Enemy sighted.
Okay.
We're under attack.
No, you don't.
I know the game volume is loud. It's loud for me too, but his voice, the video is fine because I have it. I have a little bit of gain on it because my microphone also has gain on it, but it's also like limited and everything. But yeah.
Okay, now one of them is wounded, unfortunately. But if I had a medic and one of them were wounded, I would be able to heal an allied team, just like how you can heal the villagers in mission 9. And similarly, if the AI team had a medic, they would be able to heal Rift here. Although the game will prioritize healing your own team units first.
What?
Yeah, the music restarts because of
Lead.
the music restarted because they for Protect HQ you're not intended to start with an HQ already pre-built, and so the object or the condition that starts the music, because you have to start the music. The music isn't just like something that just like does it on its own. You have to manually do it. The plus side for that is you can if you want to start on a different song, like for example, if you want to start with track 6 instead of track 1, you can do that, and so on. But yeah, but in single player specifically, or no, you might be able to. Music is client-sided, of course, but the way the music is initialized or like loaded into like the playlist isn't done locally. It's like each team adds like the tracks. So if you play a multiplayer map with 8 players, then technically you initialize the music 8 times over. But yeah, that's why the music restarted, because they also are using the rule set, and their rule set didn't begin until they don't have an HQ, which is what's intended, and their initial objective is what starts the music, and that's why the music restarted.
So many guard towers
enemy
to take out
sighted.
real quick. Oh.
Understood. We're under attack.
He's got 2 more? Oh yeah, and your real.
Man down!
What?
Yeah, Sarge can win. Even at full health, Sarge can
He's
beat
just about to win here.
2 half tracks. Maybe not on hard, but probably.
Ally defeated.
And they didn't have it.
You ran out of
HQ
time.
either. Can's lasting standing.
Good metal goals.
Yeah, this is a skill issue, I know, guys. Big L tonight. Major skill issue. And sometimes you want the armies to be neutral to each other. Like the radio operator that's trapped in mission 8. He's neutral to the green team as it starts, but if you find him and free him, he's converted to your team. Let me remove that rule real quick. And then let me spawn a crap ton of tanks. For the blue team, I guess.
Oh no.
Do a dum-dum here, just for the fun of it.
I mean, hey, again, I said this is how I figured out how to use the game.
Let's watch
I
them all
just
turn
like,
around.
I just like did whatever, like, I wonder what happens when I do this, or I wonder if this will work.
Sometimes placing stuff is a little wonky, you know.
Just like mess around and just see what you can do.
Save it. Again, if you play it here, you'll lose progress.
Yeah, you got a quick save.
Huh, no music this time.
Yeah, no music. The rule set,
Making short work of everything.
again, what controls the music is the objective code, and the rule set is like a pre-made set of objective codes, and the rule set does the music itself. And so if you take away the rule set, then there's no objective left, which means no music.
And I can see where allies are, just like in one
Yeah.
Ready.
It's gonna survive this time. Right? Right? Okay, good. Even if we completely wipe the tan off the map,
I'm listening. Let me
and even remove their barbed wire, look, I can connect to an ally now. I can't just select it. The only thing I can't do is select their post. To disconnect, I select mine.
You know, I don't really realize this, but these like interactions between like allies and stuff with like the medics and the fences. As someone who's played a lot of multiplayer, it's obvious, like, yeah, of course, because like you experience it in game. But then from the context of like who's only played single player, it's actually not obvious, because it's like, what allies do you have in single player? So that's interesting, something to consider.
So yeah, the tan is completely
The reason you won right there is because even though you removed the rule set, the studio has a bug. Like I can show it right now. If I open up this team, I can give them objectives like this. If I make a rule set like that, and then reload the map. If I open up this team, you see now they have the objectives of the rule set. So this is a bug in the studio, it re-adds them like that. So even if I remove the rule set, if I reload the map, the pre-baked ones are still here, and they still have them. So that's a studio bug. That's all.
What?
Yeah. It's weird when the game has a mind of its own, but...
How did that end the game?
Well, because you killed them all. Easy.
That did not prove my point. The game was supposed to go on indefinitely because there were no objectives for anybody.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, I think I know.
Yeah.
Let's check the objectives for green team. Yeah, there we go. There are objectives listed.
Yeah.
So I killed all of my enemies, and therefore the game ended in my favor. These weren't enabled automatically because I had Protect HQ rule set enabled. In addition to the whole protecting the HQ objective, there's all.
Tommy versus July Mac making competition. Well, here's my resume. I hope we have a good time. Here's my resume. Can I launch this, or will it crash? No, it works. Here's my resume. This intro I made from scratch. Oh god, the frame rate.
Yep. Dead. We're cut off. Gonna have to reach the top of the stairs before we can re-establish contact.
I'm actually so proud of these cutscenes. I spent a lot of time getting
The
them to
clock
work
is ticking, soldiers! Go, go, go!
because I wanted to have something to look at and like well commentated.
Freeze! You're surrounded!
Nuts!
So I wanted to make like good cutscenes as like examples of what you can do. It's probably not the best, but still it's something. But yeah. It's really cool. Just saying, do not take it seriously. Oh, come on. Competition is healthy. Otherwise, we get a monopoly. Google. Survive all assault waves. Yeah. Even though I have, this is the studio build, so I don't have my custom missions support installed, so these don't show up correctly. But if it was, they would. I could load up the other game, the other build, but yeah, there's that. Oh.
Who's next? Acknowledged. Enemy sighted.
Check this out. In case you haven't seen it.
We're under attack! Enemy sighted.
Man down! Unit lost. Enemy sighted. Man down!
Damn, okay, go off,
Man
Bullseye.
down!
There's also a defeat cutscene.
Get out of there, Sparge. Can you hear me? You must reach the stairs. Get out now!
That one I spent a lot of time on. Or not a lot of time, but that one I had a good idea. That one I like how that one turned out. That's a good cutscene. All praise the Monopoly.
Also, these.
So the Sarge, the way I got that to work is the Sarge in that cutscene. Might have to extract it. Hold out. The way that works is the Sarge. That's not the right one. The Sarge is a custom model or a custom unit that for the purpose of the cutscene, so that it doesn't have, like have a shadow and it doesn't have a it doesn't have like a particle effect for when it dies, you know, because I spawn the Sarge and then I actually kill him, so that he doesn't have collision anymore. Got dabbling in voice AI and got a convincing recreation of the bootcamp narrator using RSVZ. Oh. I still don't know how I feel about AI stuff. Because like I get it, it's just a tool, but then at the same time it's like, I don't know. I feel like I'm a victim of propaganda, but at the same time I kinda get it. But I mean, in this case, like, who cares? There's not enough sample data to do all the heroes. Try Sarge at some point. You could, all the heroes are voiced by Jim Cummings in all the games, so there's probably way more material to pull from than you realize with like all the games, like Sarge's Heroes, not Sarge's War, but Sarge's Heroes, Portal Runner, Green Rogue, all the PlayStation 2 games basically.
Which it enables automatically, and I didn't unenable them, so let's go over some more of these options here. If you press the 3 key, you have terrain color, which colors the terrain. I don't know how to remove terrain coloring, so
the way you remove it is
if you color something green, you don't want it green, tough luck, you have to figure that out on your own.
It's the way it works is okay, that's not what I meant. It's like a I don't know how you would call it, what kind of blending, color blending this is called, but it's like it's the same way like teen colors work. Like the actual like vertices are colored, and then the texture is applied over top of it. So think of it in like the context of like coloring a model. So for example, if I press spacebar to get the eyedropper tool again, you see these ones are full white. So you just color it white and it removes the color effectively. It acts as an eraser. know what that's called. Popcorn? BRB? You know what? I will actually take a BRB too real quick. Just cause, let's see, where do I... That's not gonna be centered, but oh well. You know what? Four, 8, 12. Here we go. And it has to be perfect. You don't understand. It has to have point filtering. It has to be a multiple of 3. It has to be exactly centered, or else I will die. Alright, I'll be right back, dude. Hello. Hello. Is there a way to get this to work on Windows 11? Because I haven't found a single way yet. I don't know. I made a, Here, let me, Did I definitely commented it somewhere. I suppose I'll just look at that. Oh, I see you subscribing. Um... This... I think it was. Where's my... Yeah. This post... that's not correct. This is basically all the methods that I know of in order to get the game running. But I recommend just trying DigiVoodoo first, which there's a link in this post right here. I get it, show you how to get it working. Does this uh-oh. Okay, well, I gotta fix that. But okay, that link works. But yeah, DigiVoodoo right there. Yeah, I recommend DG Voodoo is a good bet because it's a DirectX wrapper. It wraps the game from DirectX. I think it's 8 to 11 or 12, so it might have better compatibility. But if that doesn't work, there's a few other things you can try here. 9 times out of 10, it's just because your graphics like card and driver doesn't really run the game. I don't know. I'm not an actual like hardware software guy. It's just Armament specifically, but dying to play this game again. Yeah. I've heard other things. Like I used to play with someone on Discord. He had to do something with like a I think it was like an HDMI cable. Something with like getting the game to, or getting the computer to display on a different output. And that got me thinking like maybe you could do something like getting the game to run with like the Windows like basic driver or whatever, if that's possible. I don't know, some tech guys would probably be able to tell me if that's possible or not, but kind of like running a virtual machine or something, I assume. Game is so weird present day. Yeah, that one Steam review about how the game should not be being sold in this state is absolutely 100% right. I agree. It technically works, yeah, but it's like circumstantial. Anyway, I got some bread.
Let's figure out here in the next few minutes.
Myself a sandwich.
Render.
Oh, that's broken. That's a thing with I could probably show it off with the Dark Run 2 Studio. No. Yeah. So while the in-game minimap like doesn't work, it's broken in source code, it still technically works. Like if you save a map, for most people, like I've heard very rare instances where it doesn't, but for most people, saving the map, the minimap works. Like if I actually I can probably load this. Like when it generates a minimap up here, like the default like minimap, what render does is basically the same thing, except it it renders it at a resolution based on, or it renders it at a higher resolution. So I'm running at 1080, so it renders it at 1024 by 1024. That's what it's supposed to do, except this code is, or this like feature thing, it just doesn't work in Armament RTS specifically. So something for the injector to figure out. But that's what it's supposed to do, and it would be really cool to be able to do that, but unfortunately it doesn't work.
Exactly what that does.
Yeah.
You can change the color here if you want. Blue.
Yeah, blue
You
carpet.
can make it blue. I believe for the yard maps, everything is like recolored green because otherwise the color just looks so dead by default.
Yeah.
And on the shift key to
Which is good. You should.
Oh
wow.
plus numpad. Alright, you hold down the shift key to remove it. And then you just color over it.
Okay, well, he figured it out there, but he didn't figure it out all the way. Shift doesn't... By default, the default color is white, so Shift will delete it, but Shift isn't an eraser tool, it's just your, like, secondary color. So, for example, if I change it to yellow, then my primary color is still white, left click, but if I hold Shift, then it's yellow too. So that's what Shift does. So shift isn't technically an eraser, although it.
I did not know that before now, I swear.
Yeah, so by default it is, but it's.
Well, there you go. Now there's terrain coloring for you. I guess you can recolor the water too. Is the next one water? Yes, the next one is water.
Yeah, most of these sliders on this brush pertain to water. So I don't know why they're on the terrain tweak brush instead of the water brush, but so I went ahead and moved them. So all these sliders pertain to water, and all these sliders pertain to the ground or the skybox, which doesn't have anywhere else to go, just to make it give some clarity. Yeah, I commented out the button for the same reason. It's broken in the source code. Snack time. Also, real quick, I want to explain this. It might be easier to see if I use a small map. But I didn't know this until fairly recently. Well, I didn't know this until actually like writing this like interface overhaul. But if I paint this, for example, I think it works for everything, including like the form. But if I paint this, it's like la la. You know, it's boring. Axis, I don't remember what it is. Is it max 3? Yeah. 2, and then these are like offsets. This is what axis does. Axes. It mirrors your thing. Oh wow, it doesn't undo them either. That's interesting. But yeah, that's what axis does. And I think it should work for deforming terrain too, right? Okay, no, it doesn't. But it does work for coloring the terrain. Yeah. So that's what that does.
Is the next one water?
I honestly don't know why you would want to do that, but I mean, you can. If you're trying to make something like symmetrical, yeah, that's the word. That's not the tool I would use either way, though. But I mean, it's there.
Yes, next one is water.
And it works.
Let's make another dent real quick. Hold down the shift key, notepad plus, my favorite coding language. Make a big old dent in the carpet here. The house is flooding, oh no. Let's make some water. Hit the 4 key. Let's draw it like... No. Let's draw it like this. What the height should be, I don't know. Okay, 0 looks alright. Maybe you want just a bit higher. Let's try 10. Really close, just a bit too high. Let's try a 9 even. Yeah, and that like fills it up right to the brim there.
Sorry for hitting the microphone. I'm
I think 8 would look better though.
eating a sandwich.
There we go. Got a big old puddle in the carpet if you wanted it. And of course, units can't traverse through this.
Yeah.
Like you can color this if you want. Yeah, there's some really blue coloring if you want. But that'll stay in the area around it. Does Control Z work? It does. Can't move the camera under it, unfortunately. And just so you know, units can move through really shallow water.
Yeah. I don't remember the depth. Excuse me. I don't remember the depth, but this is height in like meters, for example, and so I think it's so 10, 20. I think 20 is the max that they can go through, or they can climb, both for like underwater and like hills. Okay, maybe like. Okay, it's whatever. But yeah, I don't know the exact number, but
They won't leave blobs in shallow water though. Blobs just deleted.
yeah. But it has to be very shallow, the water.
Tags. This is used for more complicated objectives. For example, mission.
No, it's a meter in Dark Run 2 isn't quite a meter in Armament. Yes, yeah. The units are kind of vague. I just call them meters, just because some of the Dark Run 2 documentation calls it a meter. So
6, I believe all AA guns are tagged. Maybe I want it when these 3 barbed wire are removed. The game ends. Game end. And I could attach some code to that so the game wouldn't end unless one of the other objectives were met or the 3 barbed wire were destroyed by some means.
yeah.
5 regions. You create a region. You can also attach code to this. It's like, oh, when Sarge moves, or when any unit moves here, the game should end in the player's favor. Give them a victory. That's how you know missions 5 and 10 work. You just gotta get one of your heroes survive and make it to the end of the map.
Yeah, I don't think the art direction was very consistent enough to actually be like applied to real world logic or like scaling. Even things with like the ants, it's like what?
6. Tag. We just covered that. Going backwards here. Curves. This is more complicated. I'm not going to touch on this, other than it's used for cutscenes.
Fair enough.
In other things. I think this also controls patrols in maps. If you were to watch a game from the Tan's perspective, you would watch them follow patrols.
No, that's a trail, not a curve.
I know 6 and 11 have these, at least. I'm sure of any more. Trails.
Yeah, that's
Trails. That might actually be for what the patrols use. My bad.
Yeah.
Let's try making a trail.
Unscripted videos
There
are.
you go. Maybe that's the
Always the
trail
best.
the Tan uses in their patrol.
Very comprehensive.
I'm not really sure how to set that up. Figure that out on your own time.
Okay.
Click. Let's give it a default name.
Oh wow, it actually assumes the
9
name.
path search. I think.
Do the other? I didn't even. I probably forgotten, but I didn't even know about that. Rail 1. Does it do that? It doesn't work for regions. Interesting. I wonder why trails get a name like that. Or an auto-generated name.
This is just debug stuff.
Path search. It's yeah, debug stuff, basically. But one thing I really like to use it for is for pathfinding to try to like determine what is properly out of bounds. Like for example, what path search does is you pick any object from this list. Like for example, the bulldozer. You left click on a cell, and that's where the bulldozer is, and then you right click. Left click is the green arrow, that's the start position. Right click is the red arrow, that's the destination. So what this does is it simulates the pathfinding. So if the bulldozer was on this cell and you told him to go here, this is the path he would take. And if he can't get to the path, then it ends where he can get closest to it. It's where his pathfinding ends. And what this is good for finding, like, for example, in King of the Hill is supposed to be blocked off. So like, if I click somewhere in here, you see his pathfinding ends, he can't get to this hill. But for example, if like, maybe, for example, I forgot this fence, or like, for example, I forgot to zip this fence, then you would see, wait a minute, he can get on the hill, and you can find out where the pathfinding is. breaking through. So that's what I use path searching for. But that is what path
Put
searching
some ants
does, as
if
you
you wanted
say,
to.
and that's what I use it for.
Want some ants on the green team? I think we do. The 2 key. Hit insect. There's the queen. I'm not sure it attacks.
No,
Soldier.
it's
Soldier ant.
basically a prop.
Cockroach. Food deposit. Food deposit. That's a nursery.
Yeah, it's like a beta
Oh.
building.
Because it's also a food deposit. And you normally these are put on a separate team so they can be like allied to the player
Yeah.
or their enemy. Regardless, you want them to be a different color. You want them to be like the off red color.
Yeah. It's interesting that ants and workers and soldiers are flesh colored, but cockroaches aren't. It's really interesting because in Dark Reign 2, it's more like realistic. Like units just have like metal armor or like body armor and stuff like that, and it's just like base color. And then their actual like team color, like their flesh color, is only on like emblems, so like on their shoulders, their guns, or not even their guns, but like their shoulder, their chest, back, stuff like that. But Armament RTS can be a lot more, I guess, liberal is the word with it. With I think liberal is the correct word, but they can like be more flexible with it because they're plastic men. They can be entirely flesh colored, which they are. And then some units like half tracks or medics, like they have some parts of them that aren't flesh colored, like the emblem or the tires or the window. It's really interesting what parts of units are flesh and what aren't. Kind of a tangent to go off of, but yeah, I thought about it because Vicky is like a unique like exception where her green color isn't actually like flesh colored. It's like baked into her texture itself. The only part of Vicky that's actually like flesh colored that'll change depending on what team she is her gun. So her pistol is team colored.
And 0 overlays. I'm not sure how to delete these either, but I think we're about to find out.
Yeah.
There's some dirt on the carpet if you wanted that. The opaqueness kind of overlays each other, so it makes you keep them far apart.
Yeah. They don't overlay.
Brackets rotate them, I think. They do not.
No, it's arrow keys.
Okay, shift key removes decals.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know.
You can also change their size.
Just part of it if you wanted to. Maybe you wanted that. Maybe this is what you wanted. Probably not. Control does something.
Very steak, yeah.
We have multiple options.
What does control do again? Control rotates, yeah. So you have to click and hold. While holding control, you click left and hold to rotate. If the decal goes all the way to the edge like this one, then rotating it can look pretty undesirable. But if it's something else that doesn't meet the edges, like a leaf or something, it can look okay. Just gives some variety.
Actually, this might be for around the nursery area.
Yeah, that's what those decals are for.
These might be the only ground decals for the bedroom world.
Yeah.
Let's find that nursery again.
Your bedroom's pretty bare because it's only intended to be used in one mission. Probably not the best world to be using for your tutorial,
Let's find
but
those decals.
it is the default, so fair enough.
0.
I mean, I think it's only the default because of
2. How do I rotate this? Right click? No. Bracket keys? No.
I think it's only the default because it's alphabetical. Even though it's not listed alphabetically, it does. I don't know. I don't know why bedroom is the default world.
No.
Anyway, yeah.
Oh. I hate that. Why is it done like that?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I don't know what it's called. I think it's like not. Is it mip mapping? Was it trilinear filtering? Something like that. Some reason it's like a glitch was one of those things where, because of the texture, the way it like reaches the edge of the actual like texture file, the image, it behaves weird when you rotate it, and
Okay,
not
that's not
like
quite what I wanted.
cardinal angles. But you can just get cardinal angles with the arrow keys. But he's figuring out.
Yeah, how do I get it lined up perfectly?
You just do it.
I don't want 84 degrees, I want 90 degrees.
Should I do that? Yeah.
How's that? No, I'm 4 degrees off. Holding the Alt key work.
Alt key is the
Nope,
size.
that resizes it.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I think it's 15 by 15. Let me just test this right now. I should be using a blank map. I think it's 15 by 15 is the maximum you can make it before it starts to like glitch out. Like I'm at 16 now, and yeah, see, now it's starting to like not render correctly. Yeah. So you can technically go all the way up to like 20, but it starts to bug out. So 15 is the max. Yeah. And also, just FYI, the overlay tool also lets you eye drop using the space key. So, pro tip number 34.
Didn't ask for this.
Detective tip number
Double
34.
click to fix? No.
What is this music?
I was hoping to hold down the Control and Shift keys together, that would fix something, but no. That looks pretty good. Yeah, 180, perfect. I'm trying. Honest.
Custom armament RTS map. Hopefully, Vulture Island. Ooh. Well, I guess we'll find out if it gets claimed or not. It's not on the video, but it might not. I mean, even the content ID theme is pretty decent. But
Modulate.
it could be custom. I don't know.
Grow. Decal. I don't know what this part is.
It doesn't do anything. In Dark Rain 2, textures have the ability to be animated, with multiple frames being differentiated with a number at the end of them. But all that functionality is stripped from Armament RTS, so that slider doesn't do anything anymore. So I just removed it.
Let's keep it about right there, I guess. That's pretty close. Good enough for government work, as they say. And there we go. We have a semi-competent nursery area.
Yep.
You can like throw these around for good measure, I guess. I don't know. 2 key. You can make boxes. Select some of my units.
The decal. This is how the texture like blends with like other textures. Like I think maybe like ground particle effects, like for example the ring when a unit dies on the ground, or when like an explosion happens, stuff like that. I'd have to figure out how they work. I have to figure out exactly how all the different texture blending modes work, but mainly for terrain overlays, you have two, which is decal, which the texture is always full bright, basically, and then anything else, I recommend modulate, which makes the texture also use the terrain like color, you know. Yeah, those are just different types of blending.
Control C. Whoopsie daisy. Control V.
You
That's what
can't.
it worked earlier. Control C.
Yeah.
Control V.
Control C, because copy paste doesn't work.
Okay, it doesn't work.
No.
I think it's everything I wanted to cover. It's like 1:30 a.m. Guys, give me a break.
I mean, it's 12 p.m. now.
Oh, the nursery was not zipped. How foolish of me.
Yeah, it tells you.
Alright.
Deleting it wasn't necessary. Yeah, unzipped objects, terrains. It's fine. A lot of like props, like rocks and grass. I said earlier, or not grass, because grass can't zip anyway. But a lot of stuff like rocks and stuff, you can. The thing is, if they're unzipped, you can have them at any angle, any like exact floating point position, any angle. You can have them in the air, or submerged in the ground, obfuscated, stuff like that. So, not zipping it is okay. Like, it's alright, you can do it. It's just,
Nursery.
it just lets you know, because, like, if you have something like a building, for example, then it could lead to unexpected stuff.
Rotate.
Also, I just want to say, just real quick, I hate that the terrain for the overlays for the anthill is 3x3. Like, there might be a way. I remember there being a technique. I don't remember what it is. It might only work in Dark Rain 2, but I remember there being a technique to get like rectangle overlays. But I hate that the overlay for the anthill is 3x3, but then the anthill building is 3x4. Like, really? Really?
Right click.
Wow.
There we go.
Nice. Music just goes away.
I'm gonna build these tanks. To make sure
Oh,
we
the
got
ants.
these guys faster.
Ready.
It's sort of like an evil army. Bodyguards.
I gotta kill these guys, right? Hey, you guys will split them out for me.
Watch the medic. Oh, I see.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can make more. Give it buggy. Who cares? It's free.
Yeah. The ants are free, but if you want to
Some
make
water
it
I can't traverse.
ants are free, but for some reason the computer wants plastic before it builds ants, even though they're free. So, FYI, if you want to make the computer build ants, it needs plastic. God. That was fun to figure out.
See?
Yeah, they can't walk on water. Ants
There
are
they
just
go.
going somewhere.
We'll get close as they can. Here's my first broker ant.
I think it doesn't use a rally point. I think
You
its
can see
rally
the
point
lines here.
is invisible. I don't know.
Oh, this one's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Scorch, there's a pretty lady over there. Go look at it.
Lady for real,
mean
no
her.
cap.
Don't take the long path. He's gonna take the long path.
Yep. Amazing pathfinding.
And he's gone. What's this? What's this? What?
Yeah.
He's reached a magical point where the tanks can't see the medic. But Vicky can.
Who's next?
But she's a bit stuck.
I mean, there was a
What are you doing?
tank shooting him earlier.
This tank
I
is
heard it.
ruining everything.
He's damaged.
I got this medic for me.
But yeah. I assume what's happening is because of the way he's like on both sides. Like you see the way they like conform to the terrain. He's probably like conforming to the terrain and just like perfectly balanced as all things should be. And his like origin, the like origin of his model, is like underground or something. I don't know. It's probably like a super precise, specific
Those things at
spot
a really annoying angle, isn't it?
that just
Ready.
like, happened to be there. Yeah.
Oof. Not even this guy? Okay, don't make the ground like this. It'll bug your units out.
Yeah. Actually, the ants probably wouldn't even be able to hit him regardless because ants are horrible on inclines. Their projectile spawns and it immediately runs into the ground. So
Ready.
What about you?
Understood.
Man. You can't
actually, the grenaders almost certainly would be able to hit him because of their arc projectile.
either.
Right away.
Oh, he twitched. He twitched. That's all it took.
It must have been like a perfect position. But yeah, you probably could have pushed a grenader over and he would have taken care of it.
Alright,
Nice.
let's pull that spreadsheet I was looking at earlier.
I mean, fair enough. Yeah, I've had to go through my streams and I didn't realize I needed to censor some stuff. The only thing that I've censored on my stream is like I said, I'm a moderator and it shows people's IP. So oops. So now I browse the forum logged out only on stream. Anything else I don't really care. Like, yeah, I go to fanfiction. What about it?
Here we are. Here's some of the default values that are shown for great battles and multiplayer. I also included the ants from the campaign. This is like 11 or 14. And these are the expected default value. They either mean something or they don't. These are some of the starting objectives for green. It needs an objective for the little cutscene at the beginning. I think this was for garden.
Yeah, but they're
Without this objective here, the little camera panning thing wouldn't happen.
yeah.
It would just shoot you straight into the beginning.
Mhm.
What am I saying?
Most of these
Just the moment you start the mission, it would just instantly show your units instead of slowly panning over to them.
yep, just like multiplayer.
Set up game, that probably does some stuff. Common, make sure the green team's still alive. Check
Setup game is
HQ.
I imagine it's just I imagine you said it was a garden. Setup game is probably just the text that goes on the objective window when you pause the game that tells you what to do, which is destroy all tan buildings.
If you lose all your HQs and bulldozer, maybe you lose the game. I don't know.
No, common GB green is the lose condition, which is where if you have no units left, then you lose. Check HQ is probably the win condition, which is check HQ would be for the garden. That's specifically destroying all the facilities, so it might just like watch a tag, like all the facilities are tagged, and when that tag is 0, tag is empty, then you win. Yeah,
And
I imagine.
there's code for the tan team. Here's
In
the
the
little
comments?
objectives I mentioned
Okay.
for multiplayer. You can set one of the default clients for multiplayer if you want. You
Yeah.
can set them all to disabled, since you're probably not going to do it for single player, or just one. More than one, and it's going to get feisty and crash.
I think it needs at least one. I think one of them has to be at least. But again, if you're only doing it through Studio and not directly editing game.cog, it doesn't matter. You don't have to worry
The
about it.
correct values for the green and tan team. They look slightly off, but I assure you, once the game sliding kicks in, it looks correct.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure how to end the video from here. I think I talked about all the things I wanted to.
Well,
Did
we've
I have
got
notes?
10 minutes.
I'll be happy to make a
Oh.
part 2 at some point.
Yellow?
Zip. Okay, major points. Zip objects by pressing Control and the down arrow key. Zipping can and will modify the ground underneath it. Red
Usually.
selections are unzipped. Don't leave most things unzipped when you go to test or play your game. To link two objects with barbed wire, select one object, and without selecting the other, hover your mouse cursor over it and press the L key.
Yes.
Remember, L for link. And hold shift and move mouse up and down, change altitude of the object you're holding. And you can place props. Let me place some props.
Yeah.
I'm just going to remove all of your objectives.
Same also works for the camera. You
I
should
should
have
have said
to.
this way sooner, but this studio is way buggy. So,
Yeah.
be careful what you do, because if you delete something, undo it, I can't promise the redo is going to work. New items to redo or redo available. Here you go.
Yeah. Selects the text in the video. I don't know why I keep doing that. I just realized, yeah, it's because it's just like a habit of keeping my, it's like a fidget habit, okay? I'm sorry. I select things all the time, I don't know why I keep doing that. It's almost certainly some kind of fidget habit. But yeah, the studio, for some reason, I don't know why, it doesn't work in Dark Reign 2 either. Even with a developer build compiled from the source code, the redo doesn't work. So, I don't know. So yeah, you can't redo things, but you can undo them. So if you delete something, you can undo that, but you can't, you know? I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to disable the default client for Green Team and instead make it player. You yellow. You can. You are yellow now. Let's remove the fixed side from the player team.
Yeah.
Let's make them a region. Nah, it's too far. Let's make a region for a player team here.
Oh. I assume this is like after like a cut or something and you're like messing around or like testing stuff still. Because like these bulldozers were not here. I'm wondering if that's you added them again or if you because I know the old studio, an older version of the injector, there's been multiple versions of it. An older version of the injector had a bug where every time you load the map in studio, it would spawn the Sergeant Bulldozer even in studio. And then if you kept saving it recursively, it would like you would end up with like 20 Sergeants and Bulldozers spawned. And it would save them in the map too, so you would get them all.
Name players start. Snap create. And notice where we did this. It's right next to these blue tanks here.
Yeah.
You probably want to play some resources too, don't you?
No. People like Max Rush. They keep asking me, "Where's the Max Rush version? Can you play
Speed
Max
boost
Rush?"
on it.
People don't
These
wanna-
things don't need to be zipped.
No.
They start pre-zipped no matter where you put them. So hit like in the object section, you press 2, you click resource. Let's put an air disc here. Ball here.
It's pretty unwatchable without cuts. I mean,
Or battery even.
I'm live streaming, so
Carpet, we don't want that.
it gets
Yeah,
worse.
that's better.
It can
You
always
hit
be
the bracket
worse.
keys again to change the direction.
Yeah.
2 flavors of Captain Dan.
The one sits,
Yes,
one lies
please.
down.
Just remember you to zip Captain Dan. Zip everything. Everything and everything, you just gotta zip it.
I think they both of the Captain Dans have the same amount of plastic in them. I think they both have the same number of mining points. I think they do. They should.
Save this before I accidentally play it.
But I know the
I hit play right here, I lose all my progress since last saving.
I know
Look
the
at you. Dog is not happy with me still talking. Go to bed already. I'm tired.
sitting Captain Dan
I
at
don't
4.
Talking to nobody. You crazy? He's a Chihuahua. Chihuahua mutt. It's saved. Let's play.
I'm just not gonna say anything.
What did I do?
I think we all know my opinion on dogs at this point. You forgot to set the team
Okay,
relations.
without units, I can't do much. But I thought I gave myself units through the fixed side thing. Was I supposed to turn it on? I thought I was supposed to turn it off. But I'm the player team now. I can't see anything. I'm not allied with any of these people.
Yeah.
Give me a sec.
My opinion on dogs, I don't like dogs, yeah.
Okay, that's a little bit weird.
I really don't like dogs. Yeah, angry face. Yeah, I've heard it all
I set the
before.
player team to be right here. You want to see the Chinook in action? Let's place one.
Sure.
Right over there.
Look at him.
Normally it's moved by the game. We're about to move it, man. About to move it by controlling it. It really should be starting right here. That's where the camera starts, but I start way out over here instead.
Oh, yeah.
Right, editing the player team. Right, this is already off. Big side's already off. I didn't give player a region. I forgot to select it. I thought it would crash. But it did not. Alright. Now let's do it.
Yeah, it only crashes if there's a player. Or, I mean, it only crashes if there's an AI, specifically a computer player that wants to build things. And, like, build specifically, like, from the bulldozer and the facility. If it wants to, like, spawn things, it doesn't care.
There we go. Look, I'm making player. We start with Sarge.
On my way.
All clear. Where do you want it? Rolling.
I'm neutral with all of these teams, so I
All
can
in, not a
just
problem.
walk through all this. I can't attack anybody. Blue and green against brother this time. Oh, maybe not with 2 kill boxes. Dark Tower's running out. I can see that. Thank you, Sarge. You're welcome, Sarge.
All clear.
My own
Where do you
clone.
want
Now,
it?
neither of us will be.
Let's start melting down.
Rolling.
No voice lines, as you might assume.
Yeah.
This thing does not have that much health, actually. It's just got a really wide display bar.
Yeah. The health bar is, based on the model's bounding box.
Don't mind me just coming through.
So if the model is really big or it's like off-center or something, then the health bar is bigger. That's why the sniper and Shrap's health bars are so long compared to their health.
Guess Trap's done now. We got a little dude here.
Yep, there's two distinct Chinook models.
Pretty cool.
One with a pilot and one with Sarge standing in it.
Pretty useless overall. No, I can't select these guys. See, they're not on my team anymore. You going? These guys are hard at work doing stuff.
Ready to bail. Where do you want it? On my way.
Tan's totally chill with me. I'm
I wish we
neutral with
had
everybody.
some more debug
Because
commands.
I didn't specify otherwise, and it's neutral by default. This
But-
guy is not on a team at all. So he's just gonna do nothing. He can't be controlled by anybody.
Sir,
They go here.
right away.
Unfortunately, we don't have
He
a
will
dev
move out of the
build.
way though. Alright, forgot about that.
Advancing.
Speed boost.
Speed boost.
I am fast, like Sonic.
Need some.
Wish I could ever do a part 2 in
Low
the patch
plastic.
editor.
Oh, screw you. You're low plastic.
On my way.
Got him. It's taking so long to get this electricity in. Come on, hurry up. Get the speed boost. There's my starting electricity. I did. It's supposed to be 2,000 plastic, 800 electricity, but I guess the game bugged out. Studio bugged out a bit.
Yeah, the studio, there's a bug where if you, I can demonstrate it with... If I open up green settings, plastic and electricity is fine as intended, but if I open up another team, it doesn't happen. What the hell? What? Okay, I know it was for sure happening on my custom map. 2000? 2000, yeah. What the hell? But yeah, sometimes when you open up a team, or you close a team and then you open up another team, it remembers the plastic or electricity that you had set for the previous team. So just be aware of that. If you do see that happen, like 2000 isn't correct, you can just cancel it and then reopen the team and it should fix it. But sometimes it does that. It seemed mostly fixed on yours. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't do anything to fix it. I don't know why it is fixed, but I mean, a happy coincidence, I guess. I did actually try to fix it. Yeah, I thought what was causing it is because the way it this is kind of specific for creating interface, but these fields where you can enter text, when a window is activated and it has one of these fields, it automatically like highlights it. And the way it does it is, I think it highlights the first instance of a field it finds, like systematically in the Windows code. And so I thought like if this was like highlighted, like you'll notice if I open the green window, this thing is highlighted and selected. I thought what was happening was when it was highlighted like that, it wasn't properly like clearing the variable from last time and rewriting it. So I tried to get this one highlighted initially first and leave the plastic alone. That might have helped a little bit, but it still happens.
Seems really quirky with the starting values. Well, I'll probably record some more stuff regarding the studio again, and we can cover some more about what the files do.
Oh god, file structure is a... File structure is intimidating because it looks like this. Actual, like, code, quote unquote. But, Part 2. Part 2, we went through teams. If you know it, you could go through light time and weather. You could also go through, like, what's different in the studio. I outline exactly what I changed for the studio in the forum post that I did in the forum post that I posted. My throat is shot for just a little bit though. Yeah, like new features. So you can like go through this. Just like what's different, but like what hasn't been covered yet is like what hasn't been covered yet, curves of course, but that's like complicated. The developer console, saving keybinds, Control Alt S, which isn't working for some reason. I don't know why. It's supposed to, but Control S is a quick save. I didn't mention Control S quick save because that's already a keybind in the original studio. So you don't have to like click on tools, click on save, and specify which mission you're saving to over and over. You can just like for example, if if your mission doesn't have a file yet, a folder yet, it would pop up with this. But if it does have a folder, you just Control S, and there you go. But yeah, keybinds, some bug fixes and improvements. Didn't manage to find Control S while recording. Yeah. Installing the studio is good too. Yeah, the only thing I can think of that comes to mind immediately that wasn't gone through was lighting and weather. Which, to be fair, weather is kind of iffy. It's not intended to be used anyway, but you can use it. But lighting for sure. Like, the season, which it's very subtle, but you can see like the orientation of the shadows, the sun. Start time is like the time of day, so like it technically 0 and 1 is midnight, but because the lighting isn't set up correctly, it doesn't look like that. Without setting it up, all it does is change the angle of the sun, like season, but much more drastically. Then you can edit the colors. So the ambient is basically the color of the shadows. So where the sun doesn't shine, that's what color it is. I can make everything like red and demonic like that. And then sun color is self-explanatory, the color of the sun. I can make it purple. That looks amazing. And then the fog, this is just the color of the draw distance. So if I go to free cam, you can't see it because the skybox is in the way. But yeah. Fog is the color of the draw distance. And you can get really subtle with your lighting. Like a lot of the boot camps have a very high ambient color, or very bright ambient color to give that like bright, like reflective sand look. I don't think my house, which is it? I don't have the map installed, but my ant map that I made recently has a slightly yellow sun color to simulate some kind of like evening color. Outlaws did not consent. It's fine. It can only get worse. Some Darker 2 stuff, yeah. Alright, let's see. Nice. Nice, FFV. It's recursing. They can be used to create game-ending objectives like Mission 10. Maybe given a configuration. Yes. Also hand over map, goal, starting cutscenes. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Me too. What was that about? I forget. That was like rape or something. I don't remember. I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. I don't remember if it was like a thing or if it was just like a Twitter thing, number 5 million. Breaking Bad DS! Sign me up. In C++, more or less. Yeah, best to just copy what's already there and try to tweak it to your needs. Absolutely agree. That's what I mostly do. Pre-existing code, yeah, most of what you want to do is already done in single player. And single player is not that well commented out, or like commented with like code comments, but it's a lot of code like names and stuff are pretty self-descriptive. Something about raising awareness about sexual assault, just like how my eyeballs were violated. Oh no. Create out and declare this team and any allies the victor. Get out and clear this team and any allies defeated. Yeah. Eliminate this team after a few seconds, barring them a victory condition for the remainder of the match. Is that what eliminate does? I know if you're eliminated, eliminating might be like a multiplayer specific thing, but I know if you're eliminated, then other players cannot trade with you anymore. But I'm wondering, does being eliminated also prevent you from winning? Common eliminate. Wait until this team has no units and no allies with units. Yeah, that's what it does. Kill all enemy. Has no enemies with any units. Initiate team. Yeah. That's right. AI victory. Wait until there are opposing human-controlled teams remaining. No. And no human-controlled enemies remaining. Common timer victory. AI victory is kind of weird and specific, yeah. Let's see. AI victory. Num teams, enemy human. Yeah. If all enemy human players have no more units, combined means it tests all of them simultaneously instead of per team. So for example, if team 1 and 2 were humans, if this wasn't combined, if this flag wasn't set, then team 1 and team 2 are humans and they're both enemies. If team 1 has no units left, then it would trigger, regardless of team 2, and vice versa. So this just combines both of them. So this condition and means both of these conditions have to be fulfilled. This condition means enemy humans have no longer players, no longer have units. Num teams, enemy human, greater than 0. I assume this is so that if a computer player was on a team, like by itself or with a human, like in the context of like player 1 and player 2 are in a team together and they're versing computers only. This makes it so that if they have a computer player on their team, so 3 versus 5, 2 players is a valid multiplayer game. You can start it, and you're both on the same team, so you just play against the computer. And then, but then your computer ally would see it has enemy humans. It doesn't actually check if there are any enemy human teams, just any enemy human units. And since there aren't none, it would immediately win the game. So this just keeps it so that it doesn't win the game. So once it, as long as it actually has an enemy human team, then yeah, that's what that's for. Yeah. Then common time will win. Yeah, so AI victory is basically just a multiplayer thing. It also, it's supposed to. I don't know why it doesn't. Based on it, actually, is it enemy human? Yeah. Have member. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. AI victory is confusing. Just, it's for multiplayer, so just leave it alone. GB Tan. Wait, does this team has no HQs, depots, barracks, garages, and then initiate lose? Yep. Green, it's no units, no allies with units, and initiate lose. Yep. Rule set. HQ. Use its starting objective. Yeah. Protect HQ check. Check game. Yeah. it's cited as because quote unquote bad map makers and bad studios will specifically enforce this one rather than using a rule set, which I guess that could be a thing in Dark Reign 2, but in Army RTS there's no way. I don't know why those comments are still there. They're probably just rolled over, but yeah. Anyway, nice. I wonder what SM54 is definitely not streaming anymore, right? Yeah, he gone. Okay. All right. Ooh. Yeah. Good video. I liked it. Let's see. Nothing that was.
I think there's a.
Nothing that I would. Nothing that I would say is like problematic, if that makes sense. Like, shouldn't be learned or like bad habits or anything like that. But I mean, it's only like an hour long, and it's I need to do it myself, but I don't know how to start. No. Next stream, Wednesday. Not to be confused with tomorrow. Wednesday, I might do I know you're doing this as well. Do the construction kit and rework it for Army RTS, like rephrase it. Maybe not like actively, maybe just more something along the lines of like today, just like reading through it and doing like comments for it and stuff. Where is it? Did you put it in? Yeah. Put it in talk. Oh. Oh, this one doesn't have a table of contents either? Nice. I don't know, have some comments. Let's see. Yeah, something like this. Nice. Yeah. Redo seems unavailable. Yeah, I don't... It... I mean, maybe there's a chance we could get it to work, but I don't know. It probably doesn't work. If it doesn't work in Dark Reign 2, like a dev build, it probably just doesn't work. There's probably some like dependency that we can't have, or we don't have. Enter execute. Yeah. All right. Well, Wednesday I can just like read through this. Not this one specifically. The dude. This one. And just like do that. Similar to today. Yeah. I don't know why the online version is weird, but if you just download it, and view it locally, it works. I think it's index. Yeah, it just works. So I don't know why online it's broken, but yeah. Yeah, I might just read through this. And yeah. Tutorial review. That's Wednesday. That'll be Wednesday, the same time as I started today. Tomorrow tomorrow. Assuming it doesn't update at like 4 a.m. and not 4 hours from now, but like 24 hours from now. I want to play Code of the Lamb. I'm gonna stream it. Fuck it. It's my stream and I can do whatever I want. Alrighty then. That's gonna be, this is not set up for 1080p, but that's fine. Okay. I was about to say I didn't forget to stop capturing, but no. Yeah. Alright. Thank you, everybody who... Why is my chat broken? There you go. Alright. Oh man. Thanks everybody who stopped by for today's stream. I hope you... Oh yeah, the canvas is 1080p, but the actual stream key is limited to 720p. That's right. That's why it's still to 720. Yeah, I don't think I can change the key midstream, so 720 it is. Anyway, if you're here for Army Men and you want more Army Men, then tune in same time Wednesday. Although it's only technically Army Men, but you know what I mean. But yeah. Alright. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Because I hope you I forget it every time. Thank you for this, Shide, and it's awesome to watch and go. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's it. I hope you enjoyed the stream because I enjoyed having you here. And make sure you have a good night. For me, it's a night, but for you, it could be morning, afternoon. It depends on where you're at, really. I know a lot of armament stuff is like Egypt, Russia, just overseas, Eastern. But for them, it's afternoon, maybe morning. Either way, just make sure it's good. Because if you don't make sure it's good, well then... I already did that joke. I realized like halfway through I already did that joke, and I'm like, okay, never mind. Just drop it. Just cancel it. Cut the feed. Cut the mic.